Unanimously. Next item is public comment.
The first name I have is Lou Davian.
Yes, sir. And when you come up to the podium such as it is, you may remove your mask so we can, go ahead.
Well, thank you all for allowing me to speak. This is the first time here, so I'll try to do the best I can, and I will stay within your 3-minute limit. I'm here today because I read an article, and I've spent some time on the beach, Fort Myers Beach, and my concern is bicycles and electric bicycles. I know that seems to be kind of a hot topic. I will be very brief. While I have the entire, call it a law, I have that here. I will not read from it. I will read only excerpts from it. There are a couple of points I would contend that I think could be made much better. Let me start by saying I am completely agreeant with you. We do not need electric bikes on the sidewalks. I don't think we need any bikes on the sidewalk, short of maybe a 6-year-old with training wheels. I'll start with that just to set the stage. What I'd like to look at is Section 2884, talks specifically about assisted bicycles being prohibited. No bicycle having any type of helper motor and having 2 or more wheels may be driven on, and it goes on and on. I'd like to look closely at a couple of those sections. Number 1, it says, and having 2 or more wheels shall be driven on the beach. Presumably, this is written for the safety of others, including little kids running in and out of the water. Makes perfect sense to me. Bikes can go fast. Well, let's look at the facts. Bikes have a top assisted speed of 20 miles per hour. There are a few that can go 28, but typically they're 20, as stated. In my mind, it makes no difference whether it's a young guy with some strong legs wearing spandex that can make his regular bike go 40 miles an hour, or an old man like me trying to barely pedal his electric bike going 7 or 8 or 9 miles an hour. It's the speed, it's not whether the motor or the legs provide the power. That's the way I look at it. You wouldn't, a Corvette can go 194 miles an hour. You ban Corvettes from Estro Boulevard. Clearly you don't. You put a reasonable speed limit, you enforce the speed limit. I spend a lot of time on the beach. I've observed not just electric bikes, but regular bikes and these little things called one wheels. I don't know if everyone's ever seen them. It's like a little skateboard with one big fat tire in the middle. They go pretty fast too. The ordinance says 2 or more wheels. So those guys, I guess, are exempt from this. Maybe it's because it was 3 years old. This is a previous administration and a previous city council that adopted this ordinance. It's possible that maybe we just can't keep up with technology.
Could be it.
Oh, could well, makes perfect sense. You've eliminated or you've made an exceptions for motorized wheelchairs. Of course, we want to make sure we cover with ADA. We don't want to have any problems with that. And of course, probably also because of a concern for people with disabilities. I contend age is not a disability, but it certainly affects, oh, I'm done.
Oh, just wrap it up. Just go ahead.
It certainly affects one's ability to pedal a conventional bicycle on the beach. 68-year-old wife with an e-bike that got thrown off the beach. We didn't know it was illegal. She was standing still talking with me. She wasn't even riding the bike. I contend that we either eliminate the word beach from that section, eliminate that section altogether. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming. Thanks for your comments, and I'm sorry to hear about the last part of your story. Next.
Harry Persad.
May I approach you, Mayor?
Yeah, sure.
I have my little practice every time.
I know. The tree's going down because of you.
This is regarding Sunset Beach Tropical Grill. It's regarding the chair license that was on this property. And if you look at the package I sent you, you don't have time to read it, but it pretty much explains everything that's been happening with the chair license in this town and the administration of this town. The license has been allowed to be transferred and sold, but when I tried to get my chair license transferred, the town refused to accept my application the first time. The second time I submitted it, never supplied me with an answer. The third time when my attorney submitted it, they denied it. This is a needed amenity in Times Square. There's only one vendor, and if there's a high tide, there's no vendor because the seating that he has basically gets taken away with a high tide. That vendor was part of my license, or the license that was on my property. He was able to transfer it, or the owner of that license was able to sell that license to him, but I wasn't able to transfer mine. I have the full rights on my beach again, and I can serve alcohol, but there's families that come, there's elderlies that come, and they want chairs, and I gotta turn them away because I can't rent chairs if they're not, part of my business activity of drinking and eating. As far as Times Square, right now everybody's doing good for business, but when it's slow, it's nice to have those customers in the area because then they can support the other businesses in Times Square. And we're spending all this money to redevelop Times Square, but yet we don't think about the businesses and the customers that come to Times Square. From this package, you'll see that there's been a clear violation of the property rights. There's been a clear demonstration of retaliation by the town management. Harassment. Mr. Herron said there's about 100 pictures that's been taken on my property within the last 3 months. And then, of course, discrimination. So I'm appealing to the town council to approve my chair license back on the property immediately, or else I'll have to seek legal action. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
That's it.
May I just, I didn't realize we.
Sure. Give it to the clerk, please, and that'd be fine. Is there anyone else in attendance here this morning who would like to speak before we move on? Yes, ma'am. Ellen.
Morning, Town Council. I had submitted my interest in speaking under a specific item, and I didn't realize that I could do both.
Okay, for Meyer side.
So I will, I can be so indulged, I'll speak twice. I'll speak now, and then I'll speak in the order. Well,
Right ahead.
thank you for your service to the town. This is a very important responsibility that you have all undertaken. I know all of you, and I know how committed you are to this town. So with that preamble, I'll say that I'm here this morning to speak on behalf of my friends who are the owners of Meyerside Development, Meyerside Resorts. And I would like to say under public.
Excuse me, Ellen, 1 second.
Ma'am, I apologize,
Oh, go ahead.
but if you want your comments to be part of the record for the Meyerside rezoning, you're saying now, you'll have to repeat.
Okay, so I'll say something different.
Okay. So if it's regarding Meyerside, you need to wait until that item is called in order to provide your comment. If you want to
Okay.
talk about general town business, now would be.
Perfect. All right, so I came prepared with many extemporaneous comments. And this one will be that the character of the town of Fort Myers Beach. We love the fact that we are quaint, we are eclectic, and we have a variety of different things going on in this town. I think we are probably in violent agreement that when we have small properties that wind up being sold and then raised, and we have lot line to lot line mansions put up, or whatever we would choose to call them, it's probably not the way we want the character of this town to look. So whenever we have someone coming forward that wants to do something different, that keeps the quirkiness, that keeps this Fort Myers Beach, then we want to encourage and support that in whatever way we can. So that's all I'll say now.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move on? Okay. Next item is we have proclamations this morning. And the first one has to do with the Pace Center. This was brought forward by Vice Mayor Hassefras, and we also have a board member here this morning. So I'm going to turn this over to Rexanne, and she can take it from here, since it's her item, really. And we'll move on to the second proclamation.
Well, first of all, I take no credit for bringing this forward. Ms. Monahan brought this to me as a request, and I can't think of any group that deserves it more, so I forwarded it on, and the staff took care of this.
Co-credit.
Don't ever be
This is a proclamation of the town of Fort Myers Beach, whereas March is Women's History Month in the United States, a time when our nation reflects on the valuable contribution women make to our society. And whereas the Pace Center for Girls is instrumental in helping promote a better future through education, counseling, training, and advocacy in collaboration with Florida's Department of Children and Families, Department of Education, and Department of Juvenile Justice. And whereas Pace Center for Girls Lee County reports a 96% success rate of keeping girls out of the criminal justice system and improving the academic success of 88% of the students. And whereas the young women in Florida are tomorrow's leaders and dynamic, invaluable contributors to society. And whereas February 6, 2021 marked the 14th anniversary of Pace Center for Girls providing services in Lee County. And whereas March 11th is the 13th anniversary of the Grand Dames Tea, Pace Center for Girls of Lee County will be honoring 3 local women for their lifelong impact in business, philanthropy, and community engagement, and promoting awareness of the services provided by Pace Center for Girls of Lee County. Now therefore let it be proclaimed, the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach does hereby proclaim March 2021 in Fort Myers Beach as Believing in Girls Month, and urges all residents and visitors to honor the female spirit and promote the potential of all girls and women. And this is signed by our Honorable Mayor Murphy. Ms. Monahan, would you come up and accept your proclamation? Come on up. And I have to say, it's not in here, but Denise, I'd like to honor you for dedicating your time and your life to a cause such as this. So often we kind of go through life and not really worry about whether our work is helping someone else or not, and that's what you've dedicated yourself to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words?
I would.
Yes.
And I'd also like to leave some information on page. Thank you for allowing me to present this proclamation on such a busy agenda. For many of you who don't know, Pace Center for Girls is a part of the Lee County school system. Pace Center for Girls is a part of the Lee County school system, and as we said, their mission is to find the great in every girl. And as a mother of girls who has raised them on this wonderful beach, I was surprised to find that they had invited this proclamation to 5 other municipalities in Lee County, and Fort Myers Beach was not among them. And I knew that we would all embrace this concept, and you did. And on March 1st, I am so happy to be here and to have the support of the council, and I'm sure the town, declare March the Believing in Girls Month. Thank you all.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you and Pace for all you do on behalf of the girls of Lee County. We appreciate that. Southwest Florida. Okay, the next item is another proclamation. This one is from the Florida Council on Compulsive Gambling, to be recognized March 2021 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in Fort Myers Beach. Any recovering gamblers want to read this? I will, okay. All right, this is Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation, whereas problem gambling is a serious public health issue which impacts family, friends, and businesses with significant societal and economic costs, affecting more than 1 million Floridians of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds in all communities. And whereas it is estimated that more than 6 million people of every age, race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status suffer from problem gambling and need treatment. And whereas problem gambling is a community issue, as 8 to 10 people are affected for every problem gambler, and conservatively estimated social costs are $7 billion annually. And whereas educating the public about how problem gambling affects everyone in the community, including parents, youth, older adults, and families, is essential if we are to be proactive about this problem. And whereas the Florida Council on Compulsive Gambling's 2021 PGAM Awareness Campaign, Shine the Light on Problem Gambling, Changing the Game, provides an opportunity for public policymakers, educators, businesses, mental health providers, criminal justice professionals, the gaming industry, and others to know the adverse effects of problem gambling, as well as available treatment. And whereas any individual, professional, or organization dedicated to assisting those in need can participate in raising awareness and treating problem gambling by promoting statewide 24/7 confidential multilingual problem gambling helpline 888-ADMIT-IT. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida proclaims March 2021 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Given under my hand and the seal of this office as the mayor this 1st of March 2021, Raymond Murphy, Mayor. Okay, that'll be available there. Okay, the next item is local achievements and recognitions. We'll start with you, Councilman Allers, and we'll work our way down.
I just have one. I wanted to recognize the Lee County Sheriff's Office, the Outreach Center, and the Gulf Coast Humane Society had a bark at the beach, their first last week. It was a pretty good success. They are going to have one the first Friday of the month, is my understanding, going forward. And they're looking for anybody that would like to potentially sponsor or help out that event going forward. So I'd like to thank Brian, hope I don't butcher his last name, Wirama, who I met. He is the Community Relations Director at the Gulf Coast Humane Society. So if anybody has anything they'd like to donate or if they'd like to help out, just either let me know or reach out to Brian, and he'd be more than happy to get the information that you need.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Pass
Maxine?
today.
James?
I was just driving down Estero this morning from the south end of the island, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to recognize Larry Kiker and previous town councils, previous Lee County commissioners, and current Lee County commissioners for their commitment to the Estero Boulevard project. It's really quite spectacular to see what's happening on Estero. We're seeing brand-new sidewalks, many of which didn't exist before. There were just no sidewalks at all. And to see the bike lanes, to see the new surface, to see the new water mains, to see the new stormwater systems throughout the island, it's really transformative for our island. I just wanted to commend Larry for his vision, and all, again, previous town councils and Lee County commissions for their efforts and their vision on this project. It's really a game changer for our island. That's all I've got. Thank you.
You're here.
I'll pass today.
Pass also. Okay. I don't have anything. Next item is advisory committees, items and reports. None submitted. Do
I
we have
noticed Megan Heil is here, LPA.
something, Meg? Okay. Thank you. Next item is approval of minutes for the February 16th, 2021 Town Council meeting. A motion to approve those minutes?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. And there are 3 items on there. One is the Crowder Gulf contract renewal. One is the disaster debris monitoring services contract. And also Resolution 2115, expansion of beach renourishment scope. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Otherwise, we can discuss these matters.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just that I want to give credit, this Thompson Consulting, their stuff was very informative and very intuitive. It was a pleasure to read it.
Very good.
And Mr. Mayor, I just again want to commend the town and the town staff for this beach renourishment expansion of scope. I think it's a very thoughtful approach and will help parts of the island that are currently suffering, that aren't currently being covered by beach renourishment efforts. So again, kudos to the town and their efforts on that front.
Agree. Anything else? Hearing none. Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along, we're going to go now to the public hearings. The first item is a variance 2020-00091 for 5730 Estero Boulevard. This is to recommend approval of a variance from Land Development Code, Chapter 34, Article 4, Division 2, Section 34-1174, parentheses B, to allow the construction of 2 accessory structures, a garage and a pool, in front of the principal structure located at 5730 Estero Boulevard. It's now the time to call for ex parte communications.
The following items, the next 2 items, Mr. Mayor, on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. And therefore, anyone who, one, is going to testify or provide public comment needs to be sworn in prior to providing public comment. And then also, as you indicated, it would be appropriate for the council members to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with regard to both items as they're called.
You want to swear in everybody at the same time for all 3 items?
That would be best.
Okay, anybody who's going to testify in any of these items coming up, please stand up, raise your right hand. Place your left on the Bible. Sir, stand up, please. Okay.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. This has been sworn.
Very good. Now, what was the other item? Oh, ex parte. Thank you. Ex parte communications. Does anyone have any ex parte regarding the first matter?
Did a drive-by.
Drive-by?
Did a drive-by as well.
Was it drive-by?
Site visit.
Site visit?
I didn't talk on this particular topic, but I do know Mr. McHarris. He was my architect for a renovation and addition on our house.
Probably above and beyond, but that's okay. And I have not had any ex parte communications. Okay, I guess we'll open it up and staff report.
Hi, Carl Benj, Community Development.
Morning.
Without it.
Let's do it from
I
memory,
was gonna say,
Carl.
just start talking.
All right. So we're talking about variance 2020-0091, and this is to allow 2 accessory structures, a detached garage and a pool in front of the principal structure. This house was built in 1946. The renovations happened in 1982, 1999, 2000, and 2013. Current applicants bought the property January of 2017. And since then, renovations happened in 2018, 2019, and there's currently the new garage and permitting. So like you said, the variance is seeking a variance from LDC Section 34-1174B, which will allow a detached garage and pool in front of the primary structure. The applicant is suggesting that there is insignificant room to the side and rear of the property to allow for improvements to comply to current setbacks. Staff findings are found on page 148 and 149 of your packet. Recommendations are found on 149 and 150. Staff recommends approval with conditions for the variance of the LDC Section 34-1174 to allow the accessory structure to be close to the street right-of-way line, a street easement within the principal structure. LPA recommendations were to remove, we're back.
Magic.
The LPA recommendations were removal of condition 4 while approving 1 through 3, 7 to 0. Here's the 4 conditions that staff put forward for LPA. And like I said, they requested to remove. So we have.
Say that again, please.
They requested to remove number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions of Carl and the staff? Questions? It's not. Thank you.
Just have a quick question. Now, so if we remove number 4, does that mean there's no penalty for a violation?
I think their attitude was it just goes through the standards that we have now.
So, Counselor, if I could address your point. The reason we add this as a condition when someone requests a variance, because it becomes part of the record and they know in advance, upon approval, what the requirements are. Therefore, any action contrary to the conditions are an immediate violation, and they know that. Versus someone saying they didn't know, and we recommend this on each and every single variance application that we've put forward. It's a matter of record for the applicant, so they know what the conditions are that they're asking for, the conditions that they received, and the penalty if they so choose to violate one of those conditions.
The conditions still say the same, it's just a matter of whether they're stating it again in the conditions. We still,
To us, they're coming to us and asking us to relax our rules, and we're just saying we're willing to relax them, of course, with the council's consent, with the understanding that if you violate your part of the arrangement, you're subject to a fine. You know that.
John, maybe this would help clarify it, but correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, if we remove this, it puts it within the discretion of the magistrate, right?
That's correct. It would go through the normal code enforcement process. A notice of violation would be issued. Would be given an opportunity to correct the violation. Notice of hearing, and it would go before the special magistrate, and the special magistrate would impose whatever he or she believes is the appropriate fine based upon the evidence testimony.
And on a related note, I've asked previously, it seems that sometimes when the LPA changes a condition, the recommended change is in a resolution. And then other times they recommend it and it's not in our resolution. And I've asked that we not include it in the resolution because it is merely a recommendation and we choose to include it or not. But I'd like there to be at least consistency so that I know when I'm reading it what to expect in the future. Because in the past, I asked it not to be changed, and this time it wasn't, but I was told that that wasn't how things were going to be done, so.
We'll strive to stick to our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the staff?
I would just say, if I could, while we're on this subject, and I know the esteemed chair of the LPA is here this morning, I watched the LPA hearing, and the concerns about condition number 4 is the extreme nature of the $500 per day penalty, and I think they had reservations about how severe that penalty was, and they didn't want that language in the exception. So, and I happen to agree with their concerns on that $500 a day penalty, and I like the concept of giving the magistrate some discretion to interpret the situation on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, how about the applicant?
Good morning, Town Council. Joe McCarris, McCarris Planning and Design.
Oh, you can, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
If Councilor Grady doesn't mind.
Joe McCarris, McCarris Planning and Design for the Holcomb family. Just a small presentation that we did at the OPA, and I know you did drive-bys. This is but for the audience too. This is the location of the property. It is on the Gulf of Mexico. It is a large piece of property. There was a cottage, or there is a cottage that's still there, that's been remodeled and painstakingly done in order to maintain the character of the community and of the cottage. The house is up against the CCL line in the Gulf, and there is an existing, and I say 2-car, but it's really a 1-car garage existing in front of the house, and there is no pool. As you can see on the pictures, underneath the existing condition is the old cottage and the new cottage. And again, what a wonderful thing to maintain and enhance the original cottage. The requested action is a variance from the following. Staff went over that, so I won't go over it too much. But because we are pushed all the way back to the back of the property, and that was done in the 40s, we don't meet the request to put a building and pool in front of the house, and it is the only place that we have. The rule is designed for traditional properties, really not golf front. Hardship, the CCO line along the Gulf side face of the building, nothing forward can be built on that property. So the only place that we can is in the back. And there are other examples here in the town that have been allowed similar variances. Not many, but there are a few. And below is 570 Estero. You can see there's a pool in front, and that is exactly next door to the Holcomb residence. 5890, there's a garage and a pool, and the garage is almost to the front of the property. 5760 is a pool with an attached garage. So that, just bringing those up is that we're not asking for anything that's too crazy. The proposed site plan, the remodeled cottage, as you can see, is in the yellow. New pool is in the blue area with the decking around it. The new garage is the green area. Front setback, and we have not put the building all the way up to the front setback, but it's about 10 feet away from the front setback, and you can see the yellow arrow line at the very top right of the facility, or the projector. And then that's the extra space in the pink. We're not overcrowding the lot. We're not making a huge building on a lot. It is a very large lot, and we've been very respectful of trying to take that into kind. Impact to public safety or injurious to public or neighbors, really, in our mind, and I do believe the LPA and staff also agreed, but the people that would be most impacted are the neighbors to the right and the left, and we have both no contest affidavits from both of those. This is not an issue for them. That's it. So if you've got questions, I'd be more than happy to answer anything that I could, and we agree with staff's recommendations.
Questions for Mr. McCarris?
And the LPA.
Questions? Comment?
I don't have a question. I'd just like to say that I've been watching this house as it's changed, and I love it.
Oh, thank you.
And that really has nothing to do with granting this to you, but this proves that the beach can be brought up to 8, and people can renovate their homes without turning them into monstrosities, and I really appreciate the owner's efforts in doing that, and hope that more people will copy this.
It is a labor of love, and the Holcombs are special people, so.
I would echo that to the Holcomb family, that we certainly appreciate those efforts, Joe.
They're here today, so they.
Oh, okay, all right. Congratulations. Okay, any further questions or anything for Mr. McCarris? Okay, we'll from the staff, we've heard from Mr. Council discussion.
Comment?
Comment?
Public comment, I'm sorry. Public comment, would anybody like to speak about this issue? Sir, go up to the, identify yourself, please.
I'm Dave Feste.
Hey, Dave.
I live at 5700 Lauder. I've lived there roughly 7 years. I've been walking by that property for the last 7 years with my dog. And I always feared that somebody would buy it in Tarrytown and put up another office building. I'm really, really happy with what's happened, and I support them 100%.
This is one of those rare days in town hall where everybody's on the same page, and we're very happy about it, too. Okay, any further discussion with the council? If not, hearing none, would someone like to put a motion forward to either approve or deny this variance request?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 20-15 with the LPA recommended conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded? Yes, sir.
The motion to approval because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code regulations.
Yes, sir, exactly what John said.
Of course. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again, and congratulations. Okay, the next item is B, which is a first reading and public hearing for ordinance 21-02, Myerside CPD rezoning. PCI 2020-0009, Myerside CPD rezoning ordinance, first reading. We're going to open the public hearing, and if this is approved, we'll set the second hearing and the final hearing for April 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Okay, we'll start with the staff report on this. Mr. Green.
Morning, sir. Jason Green, Community Development.
Hold on 1 second.
Ex parte communications.
Oh, that's right. Well, we didn't do them all together. Council, any ex parte communications on this project?
I had a drive-by and a brief conversation with the applicants.
Been on the property in the past and received an email, text.
I have also been on the property in the past and received a call from the applicant, but did not do a tour of the property because I had a chance to watch the LPA hearing in its entirety, but just a brief conversation with the applicant.
I had a brief conversation with the applicant and some email exchanges and walked by the property on numerous.
I also had a very brief conversation with the applicant where very little was discussed about the project itself. But, okay, Mr. Green.
Thank you, sir. Like I said, Jason Green, Community Development. The application before you is a commercial plan development rezoning from the RC, Residential Conservation. And you have the addresses. There's some other addresses associated with these properties, but those are the ones that are showing up in LIPA, Lee County Property Appraisers right now. 131, 151 School Street is part of a previous special exception for a bed and breakfast, and other addresses are duplex and single right now. The requested use for the uses are a hotel and lodging, retail, and a restaurant. There's some other uses that are in that schedule of uses, including, I believe, multifamily and single family, but these are the primary uses, including also consumption on premise for alcohol. The applicant has submitted a revised, which is included in your packet, master concept plan. It identifies the restaurant and the tiki bar as the locations for those consumption on premise. As I mentioned, about half acre in the rear towards Oak Street is the previous approved bed and breakfast by special exception, which is still currently, and single family residential. This is the copy, basically the future land use map for Town of Fort Myers Beach. Here's the site and the star. Those other three circles are circling what is also areas of Boulevard. That's the category that this property is within. It's the orange areas. And this property is at the gateway to the residential and the park and civic areas behind it, but also you can see that long stretch of orange along the beach. And this is obviously the biggest section of orange. Other three areas from left to right are basically Publix, the Women's Club, a medical clinic, B&T, and then the boathouse are currently in those other areas. Mostly, those areas are mostly commercial. This area is obviously a mix. Again, there's approximate location of the site located within the platted overlay and the surrounding boulevard category. So that's mostly what we'll be talking about today. I do apologize, the next few slides are going to be a lot of text. Not that I'm going to read it all, but I just wanted to try to highlight these policies. Comprehensive plan policies aren't pretty pictures, it's text. So this is the basis of the evaluation, is comprehensive plan consistency. We have to start with that before we even get to the site plan and the concept plan. As you can see in the bold, basically the boulevard category talks about to obtain approval for new or expanded commercial activities, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses, contribute to the public realm as described in this comp plan, meet the design concepts of the plan in the land development code. There's also a requirement that the boulevard category as a whole across the island can't exceed 70% of non-residential uses. That includes civic, library, things of that nature, non-residential. But the main part of that is the context of got to be consistent. It's got to fit in around the, and that's policy 4B5. The platted overlay talks about density. And this conversation, as part of your staff report, is really talking about in other categories, it applies only to rezoning existing dwelling units that were legally built, which can be non-conforming under a density cap of 6, not be under the cap of 6 dwelling units per acre. Basically, the platted overlay is there to recognize the existing development, the existing residential homes that were there on these lots that would otherwise be allowed. We're trying to not call those non-conforming. They're trying not to create a non-conforming situation for those existing homes. Language is very clear. It talks about existing development. So that's where we talk about a multiplier or the equivalency factor, which is measuring how much intensity you can have. In Fort Myers Beach, we use density as the basis, and then an equivalency factor depending on what types of uses. So basically, the 2 equivalency factors applicable in the boulevard, based on 6 units an acre. At 1 acre, you get 6 dwelling units. The equivalency factor of 2 to get to 12. The requested for 14. Which takes you to Land Development Code, Section 34-1803, sub number 2. Now that spells out that you can go above that equivalency factor if the town council can make these findings. And it's very clear. So the town council must find that all aspects of the development, height, traffic intensity of use are compatible with the surrounding area. Again, that's your tie to the comprehensive plan, the consistent. Talking about, are these uses appropriate and is it consistent with the surrounding area? The proposal clearly exceeds all standards of the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan, and in no case can equivalency factor increases exceed the maximum intensities allowed by the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. It's generally just talking about floor area ratio. The floor area ratio of the proposed development does not exceed the comprehensive plan limits, so that's really not an issue. It's mostly A is what we're looking at. And so I'll go back to the comprehensive plan. Policy 4C3. Commercial locations. Again, this applies to most of the categories, and it's really the section of this policy is talking about where should commercial uses be and what should they look like essentially. Number 1 and number 2 basically talk about where they can't be, and then number 2 is talking about encouraging it in the pedestrian commercial. There's a theme here in the comp plan that really talks about steering commercial uses and expanded intense commercial uses towards the pedestrian commercial. And that's generally where you also find your downtown zoning district typically. So that you can see how that fits. Sub number 4 talks about in the boulevard category, where mixed-use developments, including some commercial uses, may be permissible. They got to seek the plan development process, which they're doing. Proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining uses, contribute to the public realm as described in the plan, and meet the design concepts of this plan. It doesn't really define the public realm, but it does talk about bike and pedestrian connectivity. It talks about providing services and uses for the community that benefit and enhance the community. That's what that's getting at. Policy 4C3 continues. Talks about number 5 talks about what types of uses it's only looking for. You can notice B, I highlighted just shopping and services that contribute to the pedestrian character. Again, that's somewhat talking to the public realm. And then number 6, neighborhood context of proposed commercial uses is paramount of importance. Pretty strong language. The sensitivity of proposed commercial activity is nearby residential uses can be affected by.
You're starting to talk so fast that your words are blurring together.
The type of commercial activities, that's a critical component. Again, it's compatibility. That's really what the word that this is getting at. So the type of commercial activities, what not just the use itself, but what comes with that use. B, the physical scale, height, and bulk of proposed buildings. Then C, the orientation of buildings and parking. I just highlighted because in the comp plan, it doesn't look like this last sentence is part of the policy, but it is. Commercial activities that will intrude into residential neighborhoods because of their type, scale, or orientation shall not be approved. Those are the criteria by which to evaluate any rezoning in the commercial location, but especially now that we're talking about the boulevard. The Land Development Code. In your staff report, you also have sections addressing the criteria within that's required to be addressed by 34-85. You also have plan development have to consider what's under 34-216. We go through each of those criteria enumerated in your staff report and talk about how the application addresses each of those. In summary, the proposed use is not compatible with the existing zoning and uses surrounding it. Resort lodging, alcohol consumption, and hours of operation are not consistent with the surrounding uses. That's what those 12 or 13 items are identifying. Previous decisions I've mentioned in staff report and gave the history of the site. There was a determination that commercial use in the portion of the subject property, which is the front half, was an intrusion into the and obviously there's an impact to some protected tree species. Like I said, additional considerations in 34-216. The proposed mix of uses is not appropriate at the subject location. Those uses do not meet or are not consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, specifically the ones that I mentioned and highlighted. Based on that analysis and those findings, the staff recommendation to LPA and to you is based on the consistency of the comprehensive plan policies, that it is also failure to meet the criteria outlined in LDC section 3485 and 34-216, and town staff recommends denial of the request. LPA recommendation on February 9th was this. Speak up a little louder. The LPA recommendation on February 9th was voted 6-0 to recommend approval. And there were some conditions, generally conditions outlined. The applicant has submitted some of those revised proposed conditions based on the LPA input, and those are on your blue sheet that include in the packet, including timing, and I believe location, which they've revised the concept plan to match. And so that's what their submittal to match what the LPA has requested. So those are our findings. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions for Mr. Green?
Jason, this is essentially rezoning a residential, an RC zone to commercial use. How often has that been done in the town since it's operated?
I don't have the history on that. I know there's been some RCs that have tried to rezone to RPDs, but those were pre-disaster buildbacks.
RPD is a residential plan development
Right,
as opposed to a commercial plan development.
There's been, since I've been here, there's been a couple residential mixed zoning districts, which are commercial and residential, rezoned to a CPD. Off the top of my head, I can't think of an RC. There may be one, but I can't think.
Jason, at one point I believe it's in your report, you indicate that they presented, you use the term clouded
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, those are
plan, and
those are
I didn't know
edits.
what that meant.
Yeah, so they cloud so you could see where the changes were, and you can easier pick them out. So when you do a revision to a plan, it's trying to make it easier for you to see it. So when you look on the concept plan that you have, there's a couple clouds around where they relabeled or changed something. That way you can track from an older version to a newer version what was changed.
Thank you for the clarification.
Or like a melded, so to say. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
just need to read the title of the ordinance.
Okay. Let's see here. Up there in front of you?
There.
Okay, go ahead.
Ordinance 2102, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving, denying an amendment to the current zoning map for the property located 131.151, 125 School Street, and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, containing 1 plus minus acres, generally identified as strat numbers 194624 W30020C to 0230, 194624 W3 0020C 0270, and 194624 W3 0020C 0290, from residential conservation RC to commercial plan development CPD, approving, denying a master concept plan for hotel, retail, and restaurant uses, including consumption of alcohol on premises, and approving deviations from the land development code, providing for scrivener's errors and effective date.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. For the record, my name is Beverly Grady with the firm of Retzel and Andrus, and pleased to be representing Myerside LLC. It is great to be here today to present this unique opportunity to you, the council. Today's case will take you back in time, because here is the opportunity to recognize the historic character of Fort Myers Beach. The cottages and bungalows that were a primary design that were flourished in this town and were part of the fabric of Fort Myers Beach. The cottages and bungalows celebrate the family character of Fort Myers Beach. We are seeking a planned development zoning, which is a site plan zoning requiring compliance with a site plan that you would approve, and that recognizes the value of maintaining that Fort Myers Beach experience and the opportunity to offer that to visitors and our guests. We would like to be heard finally, of course, at the April 5th meeting of the council. As you review the comprehensive plan, you will see that it incorporates the scale and the architecture of these cottages and bungalows, and to be part of implementing the comprehensive plan. If you look at the illustrations in the comprehensive plan, you see a variety of these cottages being celebrated. Comprehensive plan policies support this cottage design. And today, I'm here with Patrick Vaness, AICP, RWA Engineering, who is an expert in land use planning, including the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And of course, Beverly and Roland with Myerside are here today and are known to you. At the conclusion of our presentation, we will be filing 4 original letters of no objection from our neighbors, and we will also be filing some of the documents from the 1996 zoning case referenced by staff that we think will be helpful to put that case in its place. Okay. A request. This is a rezoning of 1 acre of property from residential conservation RC, which has a special exception on half the property for bed and breakfast, to commercial plan development. It's requesting resort use with 14 guest units and some accessory commercial uses, a small restaurant and retail boutique. Land Development Code Section 34931 provides the purpose of Planned Development Zoning District, which is to provide flexibility for a landowner to propose development in a manner that differs from development specific provisions in the code. And it
Excuse me, Beverly.
allows.
I'm sorry. Everyone right now, please silence your phones. It's becoming a real distraction. So please, do me a favor, silence you don't have to turn them off, just silence them, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, Beverly.
Thank you. Deviations allow design flexibility where the planned development will be enhanced, and we will be establishing that today. First thing I'll address is the LPA hearing, because we think it's important to focus on that. We are disappointed in the staff recommendation of denial, so we do need time to thoroughly review and present the application and its justifications and analysis, and address that and address certain errors that are in the report. We will hear that our expert in land use planning, in his professional opinion, this application is consistent with your comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code. LPA found this application, after deep consideration, to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the Land Development Code, including the section and the and provisions and criteria for rezoning, and made a unanimous recommendation of approval. Your LPA is actually set forth in state statute. Every city, every county is required to have a local planning agency. And your LPA is charged with monitoring, overseeing the effectiveness of the comprehensive plan, conducting hearings to update the comprehensive plan, prepare principles and policies for guiding land use. And from this board, we received a unanimous recommendation to the council of approval, and we believe it should carry great weight. We think it's important just to reference some of the comments made by the LPA and to recognize the LPA's experience and history with the town of Fort Myers Beach. I'll just cite the page reference that's in your numbered agenda packet. On page 212, Dan Hughes revealed that he was involved with writing the language in question, and he felt what was proposed was eminently consistent in the comp plan and fell right within the language. He did not think the request was inconsistent with what they contemplated at the time. LPA member Safford stated he suggested that Bay Oaks would generate more traffic than a little hotel. LPA member Plummer reviewed the land use history based on her experience and stated that 4 homes in the area were short-term vacation rentals and the whole neighborhood evolved into something else. That residential area no longer existed. LPA member Swainbeck also described the changes in the area since 1996. And so the final resolution was, after our presentation, this application is consistent with your comprehensive plan. They did suggest additions. Right, they ask us to address and limit COP use and amplified noise. Applicant has proposed since the LPA meeting these 3 conditions. On-premise consumption of alcoholic beverages is limited to the restaurant and existing tiki hut. And if you look at the master concept plan, that's been clouded right at those physical locations to show you that. The COP hours of service for outdoor seating would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Also, the amplified sound associated would be limited to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Location of the project. All right, you're familiar with the property. It's bounded by Estero School Street and Oak. It's located on the bay side of Estero. It's located between Town Hall and the library. I also had included the future land use map, and I also brought a larger version because I think it's important, and Patrick is holding up the future land use map to recognize there are 4 areas that are designated boulevard. We'll start from the north and proceed south. The first area is the area in which the subject property is located. If you could turn it just slightly that way so the council can see it. Here we go. From Pearl to Voorhees includes the subject property. Area 2 is the Publix. Area 3 is Lazy Way to Sterling, and Area 4 is Mound Road to Curlew. Starting at that Mound Road to Curlew, that is adjacent to low-intensity residential single-family homes from Flamingo, Driftwood, Bahia Villa, Curlew. So that policy on protecting residential from intrusion by commercial certainly applies to that area. Look at Lazy Way to Sterling. It's surrounded by low density. Sterling, Pepito Boulevard across the Gulf side has single family. If you look at the Publix site, it's adjacent to single family on one side and Ocean Harbor on the other side. So those policies are important. If you look at the area that the subject property is located in that's a mile long, you have a variety of adjacent uses. You have the boulevard designation, which is on this property and shown in that mile-long stretch, next to single family of Pearl, Delaware, Fairweather, Tropical Shores. All the residential neighborhoods adjacent to boulevard, so that directive protecting them from intrusion of commercial has meaning. But if you look at the subject property, you see that to the north and the west, it's adjacent to recreation. It's not even named in the staff report. What is recreation? Recreation is limited to 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. There will be no residential to the north and the south. And if you look to so what we would say is, if you look, and we'll go over the changes in this area since 1996, We would respectfully submit there is not a residential neighborhood in conjunction with this property. Our redevelopment intent is to protect historic coastal cottages, protect those places that were off of the first visitors to this island would stay in those cottages and have that experience. We want to enhance the existing uses, which includes council approval of a bed and breakfast on the north half of the property in 2015. We want to promote resort uses at a size and scale consistent with historic Fort Myers Beach. So there's no request to increase FAR, no request to increase height. We want to provide an approval that recognizes these existing and planned uses and allows further improvements and enhancements. It will be a small resort with pedestrian-oriented commercial, a small retail, and a small restaurant on Estero Boulevard. All right, we felt we do need to discuss this 1996 zoning case. This was the site plan that was attached to the request. This 1996 zoning case was only on half the property. So at that time, there were 7 dwelling units to the north. 1 to the west, but 7 to the north. They were being used as residential use. This zoning request requested 14 guest units and 6,000 square feet of commercial on half the property. So if you look at the design, what did it put for you to see on Estero Boulevard? A huge parking lot. And it was under, contrary to the staff report commenting about this property being boulevard, this was literally days after the incorporation of the town of Fort Myers Beach. So it's worth just looking at a timeline to review history as to how this property came and when it came before council. All right, so it's only half the property that's before you today. It requested 6,000 square feet of retail. They had a hearing examiner recommendation of approval from Lee County because it was still in Lee County at the time that hearing was held. That recommendation of approval was December of 1995. The town was formed December 31st, 1995. In February of 1996, the Beach Civic Association files 3 lawsuits against the town of Fort Myers Beach to challenge zoning land use decisions that have been issued by Lee County. At the February 5th, 1996 council meetings, there was a proposed moratorium on on zoning debated at that public hearing. This case comes before council on February 9th. 4 days later, it's the very first zoning case heard by the town council of Fort Myers Beach. And yes, it was denied. As 1 week later, council was holding workshops on a moratorium ordinance. Now, that applicant did file under Florida statutes a Florida Land Use Environmental Dispute Resolution Act challenge, which has a statutory process, and you have a special magistrate, and the special magistrate issues a recommendation. And in that case, the special magistrate recommended approval. It did come back to council. And it was then denied by council. So what you have in your packets are the minutes of the second hearing. You got the resolution of denial. But what staff doesn't have, because I filed a public records request, is staff never had the application, did not have the hearing examiner report, did not have the materials presented to council in the February 1996 meeting, did not have the special magistrate's recommendation or any materials from that, and does not have the materials that were actually part of the November 1996 hearing before the council. They have the minutes of your meeting, and they have a denial resolution. And we would respectfully submit there are so many changes since then, and that's why it's important to review that. All right, what has this town done? Well, since 1996, At the bottom, January 1999, the town adopts its own comprehensive plan and its future land use map. That's when Boulevard is created. 2003, the Land Development Code is adopted. 2004, there's a new zoning map. Now, the basis of the denial in 96 were certain plan policies cited by council, and I am filing those today because those are 1996 Lee County plan policies, which are not in your records, but I went back and pulled that plan that was in effect in 1996. Those policies have no application, and you didn't incorporate them into Boulevard. They don't fit and they don't apply. So, again, 5.1.5 is recognized that the property to the north, which is now part of this zoning application, was purely residential, 7 dwelling units. 6.1.2 is site location standards for commercial, but it doesn't include hotel motel use, which was part of the request at that time. And 6.1.5 is about frontage roads and acceleration and deceleration lanes, which is not part of your comprehensive plan. And most importantly was 18.2.1. That was a policy that required a study be conducted with regard to planning for land use and zoning, and that was in effect in 1996, and the study had not been completed. That was part of the reason to deny that zoning case. As we said, since that time, you've adopted your plan, your regulations, and that's where our expert will be reviewing with you how we comply with that. Just briefly, what are the changes since 1996? Entirely new comprehensive plan, a designation of boulevard that allows up to 70% non-residential. At the time you adopted the plan, you're at 49 point something percent. Surrounding uses changed. This council granted B&B approval on the rear portion of the property. You've expanded the public library, which is an institutional use, to the east. The fire district has purchased the Tops property, and you actually created a future park access in the RC district just to the west of this property. And you have future Bay Oaks approvals. And it's important to recognize what was this property before Beverly and Roland acquired it. If you look at that 2015 request to grant the special section for the bed and breakfast, that record, and I know you council members know this, the cottages had deteriorated, there were social problems connected with the operations on that property, and Beverly and Roland came in, and all of that changed, and it was recognized in that record how that had changed. Now they've purchased the remaining piece, so they have a contiguous parcel that's appropriate for design to have a unified design with the cottages being offered in the same way they've been offered for decades for families to come here and stay. And we believe that this is appealing as a small resort use. And I'm going to hand that over to Patrick now. I would just make a point. In a quasi-judicial hearing, any information that you as the decision makers here outside this room need to be put on the record if you're using that information. So that includes staff too. So if there are briefings by staff that give you pertinent information, that's important that the applicant know that so we can address that. As I said, we're filing our letters of support, and I am filing the 1996 excerpts of the comp plan used in that case, 2 of the 3 complaints filed by the Beach Civic Association, the minutes of the council meeting regarding considering a moratorium on all zoning in the town, both on the 5th and public comment, and then on the 12th when that meeting was heard. So I would like to introduce Patrick Vaness, who is our expert in land use planning, who will go over in detail the actual plan that we are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. As Beverly mentioned, my name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with RWA Engineering. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to talk about the Myerside request for a commercial plan development. Before I jump into my presentation, I'd just like to disclose that I am an LPA member, and when this case came before the LPA, I recused myself from any deliberations, any votes. I also filed a conflict of interest form that was submitted. Also like to point out that I took on this project prior to being appointed to the LPA, and my professional commitment. So with
One
that
question,
said,
Patrick, one
Yes.
question, please, before you, did you sit in on the LPA meeting when this was,
I was presenting to the LPA.
were presenting?
Okay,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
So with that said, I'll start my presentation. I would ask you in the audience to bear with me. We have a lot of slides, a lot of things to unpack. We were hoping that possibly after the LPA, we'd have a more favorable staff report, given that the LPA had found this consistent and compliant with the comp plan and the LDC. However, the recommendation has not changed. We respectfully disagree with staff. We'll walk you through our opinion and how we believe that we are fully compliant with the comp plan and the LDC. So, as Mr. Green mentioned, we have to look at first compliance with the comp plan, and then we can start looking at the details of the plan development and zoning related issues. From the standpoint of a commercial intrusion into a residential neighborhood, that's the first item I will address. So what I've done here, if you look at this exhibit, we have the zoning map for our subject property. We are located right in the rectangle in the middle of the screen. We are fully surrounded by institutional uses and commercial uses. What I've done is I highlight all the commercial uses in pink and all the institutional uses in yellow. There is one property that abuts us to, again, the orientation of the island at this point makes it that it's to the west. It's going north on Estero. And that one residential property owner has provided a letter of support for this project. We do have some residential in the vicinity, but nothing immediately abutting, and there is, in my mind, significant buffering from any residential with existing institutional uses and existing commercial. Let's look at these various uses in a little more detail. So the subject property here is identified in the hatching here in black. And I'll start as we go north along Estero, kind of the on the left side of your screen. We've got a church use Temple by the Sea. And then as we move south along Estero, we have Town Hall where we are today, institutional use. After that, we have the vacant Tops property that is slated for institutional government type of uses. Moving south, we have a cluster of vacation rentals. And beyond that, we have the Bay Oaks Recreational Park that surrounds our property. We have the new park access to Bay Oaks. And then, as I mentioned, we have one residence that supports this project. Moving further south along Estero, we have School Street. Beyond that, we have the brand new public library, which has significantly increased in scale and massing versus what it was. We have church use. We have the elementary school. We have a commercial plaza with a variety of commercial uses. Beyond that, we have Red Coconut, which is mobile home and RV resort. We do, at the end of Bay Street, we do have some residential, but it is, again, at a distance from us and fully buffered from our project. If you look across Estero Boulevard, again, we have commercial uses in La Villa Resort, Bay Point Real Estate, Beach Shell Inn. We do have some multifamily condominiums and some vacation rental beyond that. But I point to the existing uses because we have to look at the character of the community. Again, staff's contention is that we are intruding into a residential neighborhood. As Beverly mentioned, there are areas in this town where the Boulevard future land use category is fully surrounded by residential, low-density residential. This is not the case here. This is a mixed-use area, and this picture paints it perfectly. There is a wide variety of commercial and institutional. Okay, so in looking at compliance and consistency with the comp plan, it's important to look at the exact policies that affect us, but also looking at the vision. So when the town fathers put together the comp plan, they had a vision in mind, and they articulated that vision. And when it came to our specific area, they described that as the civic complex vision. And I'd like to point a few things associated with that vision. To the bottom on the left side, the last sentence talks about a palm-lined showcase of restored and new cottages. Exactly consistent with what we're trying to do. We are trying to preserve those historic cottages and enhance those. Also, on the right side, the last sentence talks about existing and new infill development on School Street is in the spirit and scale of the beach's classic cottages. Again, we are trying to provide those cottages, and we are trying to provide the look and the feel and the character of those historic cottages. And then it talks about other uses such as live, work, studios, galleries, and small-scale retail uses. Again, consistent with the historic theme of the street. The commercial uses with regards to the small restaurant and the boutique retail is accessory to the resort. It is small in scale. Both of those cottages that will be converted to those commercial uses are approximately 600 square feet. Again, very small in scale. We're not talking about tearing those down and building massive buildings there. We are trying to keep that existing character, and we are trying to be consistent and compliant with the vision for the area. So with regards to the future land use category that applies to this project, I'm going to point out some important elements that I've highlighted in yellow. So right off the top, you see that Boulevard future land use category is meant to be a mixed-use future land use category. That's been the intent all along. So characterizing our area as being residential and calling our project commercial intrusion is inconsistent with Boulevard future land use category. It talks about the mixed nature and how it is the intent that the mixed nature will remain permanently. It also talks about densities allowed, and I'll go into that in a minute. But what I'd like to point out also at the very bottom, it talks about the future land use category allowing for up to 70% of the area to be commercial uses. At the time where the comp plan was drafted, it was roughly at 47%. Things have changed a little bit, but things change pretty slowly on this island. As such, we may not be at 47% exactly, but we're probably very close to that. We also have a table in the comp plan that looks at various future land use category and the existing uses there. Again, this talks about non-residential uses being at 47%, but it does call for a maximum of 70% of commercial uses, which would allow up to an extra 15 acres in commercial. So you compare that to our project, which is just 1 acre. Again, I think that demonstrates that what we are asking for is a very small amount, and very consistent with what was envisioned in the comp plan. So with regards to the commercial intrusion item that's in your staff report, again, we don't believe we represent commercial intrusion. There is very limited residential uses in the vicinity, and it's fully buffered from our project. The property surrounding proposed project is commercial and institutional. The proposed uses are consistent with the scale and complementary and compatible with what is next to us. As Beverly mentioned, the commercial accessory uses are pedestrian in nature. This is not a destination resort. This is a very small resort. The little boutiques and the little restaurant will serve guests of that resort, and will also serve people that might be biking by or walking by, or guests that are close by. We're not talking about a large-scale commercial project that will draw people. So again, as mentioned, the future land use category does envision commercial. And when it talks about enhancing the public realm, so as a planner, when we're talking about the public realm, we're talking about public streets. And how do you enhance the public realm? Well, you do it through the architecture, and the buildings, and the scale and the massing, and the uses and where you locate those buildings. In this case, we already have what many towns are trying to do in retrofit, put the buildings close to the road. We already have that. That's great. That activates the road. And the buildings that are going to be close to Estero, that's where the commercial is going to be. That's where the little restaurant's going to be. That's where the little boutique's going to be. Again, we're activating the street. We're creating visual interest. And the project is at a scale that is a human scale, that makes it pedestrian-friendly and bike-friendly. Not imposing, it's not massive. So we believe that we fully enhance the public realm and increase vitality along that corridor. So with that said, I'll move on to the issue of density. I don't think we fully see eye to eye with staff on how density is generated for this project. I unfortunately have to walk you through how we generate our density and how our request for 14 guest units is fully compliant with the comp plan. So, as Mr. Green mentioned, we are within a platted overlay. And the platted overlay recognizes that existing uses on the ground might be greater than 6 dwelling units per acre. The intent of the folks that drafted the comp plan was to make sure that they did not make all those existing properties non-conforming. So they created the platted overlay, which is an overlay that says you can have more density, and we are going to protect those property rights for those properties with more existing density on their sites. So that allows for 10 dwelling units per acre. It applies to us, and we fully comply with that. Currently on the property, we have 12 lawful, legal dwelling units. That's very important to note. Those units were permitted and they were built legally. The rules, the regulations were different at the time. What's happened is we've changed those rules over time, and now we have buildings that are non-conforming. The law protects those buildings, and our comp plan protects those buildings, and that's why we have non-conforming buildings, and that's why we have this overlay. So when it comes to converting residential density into motel densities, we have policy 4-C-6 that talks about that. And you take your residential density and you apply equivalency ratios to that. And what I've got highlighted is those ratios can range from 1-to-1 all the way to 3-to-1. And that is implemented through the Land Development Code. I'll turn to that. But I'd just like to point out that density we are requesting today is actually less than would be allowed through those equivalency. So this is, you go from the comp plan, then you look at the LDC, and you find those equivalency ratios. And they vary, and it's a little complicated because the table is based on the size of the existing residential units. So the ratios vary slightly. So in the boulevard category, what you can see there is the ratios range from 1.5 to 2.5 for every, those are the number of guest units that you can ask for every residential unit. What I've done here is I've created a spreadsheet that shows you exactly what our various lots are and what buildings are on those lots. And then how many units, residential units, in each of those buildings. And then I've identified the square feet for each of those units. And based on those square footage, we can get the equivalency ratio. So what you see here is that buildings 5, 6, and 7 are subject to the B&B approval from 2015. That went through extensive review, and the zoning is in place, and we are fine with what that approval provides. It provides for 7 guest units. We believe we could obtain more if we applied the comp plan rules and the LDC rules, but that has been reviewed, that has been approved, and we're happy to live with those 7 existing guest units for the bed and breakfast. That leaves us the front of the property. On the front of the property, we have 5 units there. When we apply those ratios, 5 residential units, that converts into 10 guest units. Added together, 10 that we can generate, plus the existing 7, we're at 17. Again, we are only asking for 14, which is below what we could be asking for. So this summarizes kind of the methodology of how we get there. But I think it's very clear how the density is generated. I think it is fully compliant with the comp plan and with your LDC and the regulations with the LDC. But one of the things that we'll talk about when we looked at the master concept plan is all the structures on the property are existing. However, we have the request for an 8th building, which would be either an existing cottage on the beach that would be relocated to the property, or possibly, if that doesn't work out, a new structure. Staff contends that density is only associated with existing buildings on the property. And what I would say is that's partly true. You generate your allowed density by what's on the ground today. We have 12 units on the ground today. When we apply the equivalency ratios, we wind up with the possibility of 17. The fact that we're bringing an extra building on the property is irrelevant, because someone could decide that they're buying this property today, they want to completely redevelop, and they want to tear down all the buildings. We still have to go back and establish the allowed density. How do we do that? We look at the existing buildings, apply the ratios, boom, that's your density. Mr. Developer, you can tear everything down, and those are your rights, and you can rebuild according to that density. So we've demonstrated how we generate that density. And again, we are at a density lower than what is allowed. So just to recap the comp plan compliance issues, I think this picture paints it very clearly. They are not commercial intrusion. The character of this neighborhood is fully mixed use. The uses we are proposing are compatible. They are complementary. They do enhance the. Also, just a few additional policies that I'd like to point to And that's also related to when we start talking about the master concept plan and some of the details. So policy 3A-1 talks about School Street again, and the possibility of having a walkable palm-lined street with restored and infill cottages. Again, what we're trying to do is be compliant with that and really respect the vision for the area. Any improvements that the town would like to make to School Street is something that the applicants support and would be happy to collaborate on that. With regards to policy 3-A-4, the areas I've highlighted again talk about a mix of uses. They talk about the small scale, again, the historic theme, the cottages. What's very important to point out also, it recognizes that due to these existing buildings, we have nonconformities, and it talks about easing setbacks and parking regulations to accommodate the unique needs of renovations of existing and move-on cottages. So as we move to the land development code and our planned development, we do have deviations. Those deviations do provide an easing of current regulation. But that is fully consistent with the PUD zoning district. The PUD zoning district is there to allow flexibility in design, to recognize that sometimes you have non-conforming uses that you have to legitimize, and to also allow creative projects that may come forward. When you draft LDC language, you can't envision every possibility. So the plan development zoning category does allow for that flexibility and does allow someone to come forward and request it. It's not a guarantee. We have to go through an extensive application, extensive review, and go through full public hearings to demonstrate that we are in keeping with the intent behind the plan development district. So I'll move into the actual master concept plan. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because there's a lot of small details, and I think it might be easier if you just ask us questions about that. But the plan development, the master concept plan found is a little more detailed than most, and the reason for that is that we have a page that shows existing conditions, and a lot of times plan development are used for brand new projects. And also we have a phased request. We have a master concept page for each of those phases. So one of the things that the master concept plan and the plan development does is not only does it provide certain regulatory certainty for the applicant, but it does the same thing for the town. It establishes what's there today. It clearly shows what's on the ground and clearly shows how someone can proceed forward and regulates the property. So what we see here is the current conditions and the various buildings, the 7 buildings that are on the site. When we talked about the clouded notations on the master concept plan, we have a few notations on the left side that are clouded. Those are associated with the consumption on premises and the limitations that were presented by the attorney, and it's reflected on the MCP. The approved MCP becomes law, and what that is it regulates the property. So not only would you have that in the ordinance, you would also have it right there on your MCP, clearly identifying what the rules are. So, as mentioned, the project is going to be in 3 phases. The first phase of the project would be to take building number 2. There are currently 3 buildings along Estero. Building number 2 would be relocated towards the center of the property, and a centralized parking lot would be provided. The centralized parking provides numerous benefits. It eliminates all backup parking movements onto Estero. It's going to improve traffic circulation, it's going to improve safety conditions, and it's going to make it that there's only one point of ingress, and then the egress will be onto School Street. Again, much safer condition, much better circulation pattern. As part of those improvements, our applicant fully understands that they're going to have to go through the development order process. There's going to be additional rules associated with the development order process. They're going to have to comply to those rules. One of the things that's going to happen is they're going to have to improve their water management system on the property. That's understood, and there's some room left within the center of that property to allow for water management on the site. Also, with the centralized parking, we do have to meet off-street parking requirements for the proposed uses. This master concept plan provides sufficient parking as required by the code. It does eliminate some of the existing back-out parking movements along School Street and Oak Street also. Currently, you've got 18 back-out movements. We try to put as much of that parking the interior of the project, but we do have to keep some on the exterior. So we went from 18 parking spaces that back out into the right-of-way down to 11. And again, none on Estero, and both Oak Street and School Street are very low traffic with very slow speeds, local streets. One of the things that's going to also help the streets is the new access point to Bay Oaks, which is going to take a lot of traffic going to Bay Oaks off of the these local streets. This depicts the second phase of the project. Actually, the second phase of the project was depicted on the previous sheet, and what the second phase is simply converting cottages 1 and 3, the two along Estero, converting those from guest units into commercial units that would be the small restaurant, approximately 600 square feet with an outdoor seating patio of plus or minus 300 square feet. And the small retail boutique, again, about 600 square feet. And what that would provide would be sundries for the folks over at the resort, souvenirs, and some convenience goods for people going to the beach. Again, really meeting the needs of the resort guests, but also people biking by or walking by can drop in, pick up some supplies for the beach. Some of the folks that are in those condos on the other side of Estero might enjoy the convenience.
And Patrick, just to be clear, which building is the restaurant and which building is the?
Building number 1, as you go north on Estero, the furthest north is.
On the left,
On the left?
the one with the deck.
Is the restaurant.
Yep.
I thought that was the case, just wanted to clarify that for the record, okay.
And the one on the corner is going to be the retail. This is the third phase, and the only difference that we see here is in the top left corner, that's building number 8 being added. As mentioned, the intent is to try to relocate an existing historic cottage from elsewhere on the beach to this location. There would be 4 guest units in there, and that would complete the project. Again, as they go along, they have to go through all the permitting, and it is anticipated that future improvements to the actual structures would also be occurring as part of this.
Is there a proposed structure that you're hoping to acquire to move there already?
I'll let the applicants address that if you'd like, but yes, I think they do have a property in mind.
We're going to go,
Okay.
we're going to go in order here.
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be time for that.
I don't want to interrupt, I just
No
want to
problem.
make sure I could see where things are going, okay.
I won't go through the entire list of deviations. The deviations, I just want to point out that they are needed because all these buildings are existing and they have become non-conforming. Again, to explain non-conformities to the public is they were built and permitted legally. We have changed the rules through the years and we have created these non-conformities. But what the deviations do is they address those setbacks that might not be able to be met with current code. What we make very clear in our regulations is, should a building be moved, or one of those existing buildings, or should a new building be put in to replace an old building after a storm or something like that, any new buildings or relocated buildings would have to meet today's code, today's setbacks. We do also have the requirement for a landscape buffer with, as we go left, north along Estero, we have one residential property. There is a required buffer between our use and that residence. We are providing a buffer. Usually a buffer allows for some spacing. Usually that's grass, green space, and then the vegetation, the plantings. You don't have enough space to fully meet the buffer requirement from a space standpoint, but we're going to take all the required plantings and we're going to put them within a 6-foot strip, which again meets the intent of the buffering requirement. And as mentioned, the neighbor abutting us fully supports this project and has provided a letter. Also, staff and the LPA and you as a reviewing and approval body have to go through rezoning considerations and look at the criteria and assess if we have met the requirements. I'm going to go through those exhaustively, but I'd like to point out a few of these requirements. It talks about meeting all performance and locational standards. We believe that we meet all those requirements and exceed them. Where we don't, we have deviations, and that's to reflect the existing conditions. Urban services are on the property, meet that requirement. We do not have environmentally critical habitat on site, and we've demonstrated that we are compatible and compliant with the comp plan, and that our proposed project will not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or detriment to surrounding properties. Moreover, when you look at a plan development, there's additional criteria. Again, I'm not going to go through this exhaustively, but we believe that we meet or exceed all of the requirements in here. So to wrap things up, we believe the plan development is an enhancement to existing conditions, eliminates all back-out movements on Estero, provides code-required parking, it adds central parking with a right-in only and a right-out onto School Street. It provides space for improved water management on site. It reduces back-out parking from 18 spaces down to 11. It provides a regulatory plan that will identify the building footprints, internal pathways, amenities, and required development standards. So it provides safeguards for the town, but also it provides regulatory assurance for the applicant to now feel confident that they can move forward and they can invest more money into this property and further enhance it. These are the deviations. I touched upon those quickly. No need to look at them in detail. And just a few extra slides to point out a few things. This is one of the renderings of the proposed improvements at Bay Oaks. I know that is still in progress. What I'd like to point out is Oak Street, which is a public right-of-way. The current plans show quite a bit of back-out parking and back-out movements into the right-of-way. Again, I think the designers and the engineers for the town did not see that as a safety hazard, and we contend that it is not a safety hazard at our location and has not proven to be a safety hazard through the years. Also, these are pictures of those historic cottages. And I'm showing those because our comp plan is very clear that the intent is to keep the uniqueness and this character on the island. And if not for plan developments and the ability to create regulatory certainty, all these cottages will go away over time. Not just at this location, but at other. do not provide the flexibility needed and the safeguards needed, allow them to stay in place, those will disappear from the. And I'd like to point out to other areas in the county where we do enjoy this character. This is Matlacha, popular destination, and people enjoy Matlacha and they like that character. And Lee County has moved forward with ways to protect those and allow those to exist in the future. As mentioned, we have letters of support from 4 of our surrounding property owners. We do have copies that we can hand out. And in conclusion, it is my professional planning opinion that we meet all comp plan and LDC requirements, that our project is compatible and consistent with the vision of the comp plan, that the project legitimizes legally non-conforming uses and provides certainty that will allow for future improvements. And last but not least, the LPA deliberated and looked at this in detail. They found us to be consistent with the comp plan, and they found us to be consistent. They recommended a unanimous recommendation for approval. So with that said, that concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Questions for Patrick?
Ms. Grady, are you aware that we've received a letter from the Lee County School District? Okay. It is an objection, and we got it fairly late, or
This
I
morning.
wouldn't be mentioning it to you now. I would like to hear their response to this as part of their presentation, so I'm guessing a recess would be in order for them to review this.
Be fine. You want to, okay, let's take 5 minutes and come back. 10 minutes.
Amy, did you give them a copy?
Did?
Okay.
I hand out the things we said we're going to file for the record.
Sure,
File
Beth.
the original letters of no objection. And these are the 1996 document from the lead plan and the.
Come up there. Slam right there on the ledge.
Just want one.
Try to keep stuff I've read separated from stuff I haven't read. You?
Just give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Here's your answer. Okay, Patrick, you want to resume?
Yes.
Thought we were going to hear from Beverly.
We were not aware of the letter from the school district, but we, being a small island, I did get some texts prior to the weekend regarding this issue. So we did anticipate that it might come up. We've got a slide ready to address the consumption on premises. A few things we'd like to point out is consumption on premises would be limited to beer and wine. What we're proposing is not a bar, not a full liquor license. Beer and wine would be served at the small restaurant and at the Tiki Hut only for receptions and special events. And in talking with the applicants, they said in the last few years they might have had 2 or 3 weddings. So it's not something that happens on a regular basis. The COP use would be limited to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And any amplified noise would be limited to the restaurant, the outdoor deck, again, limited to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Also, I think when we start looking at this type of use, we have to put this in context as to what we're really asking for. So we've got a perfect example right across from the library and the church. We've got a commercial plaza. There's a Mexican restaurant in there. They sell beer and wine. I don't think that's been a detriment to the community, to the neighborhood, or some of the public uses that we have here. It would be no different than that. It would be limited to the restaurant, and as I said, Tiki Hut, and it's not a tiki bar, it's a Tiki Hut. It would be for receptions and special events only.
Okay. Any questions for Patrick?
Patrick, I've got a question. I was also brought to my attention, I should clarify that I did talk to staff on this matter, conversations and emails, and I've talked to the fire department on this matter, but I want to clarify what you're talking about, your density calculations. Because now my understanding is that the units that you had listed in your table, then you had the equivalency. Those are for existing units.
Yes.
That equivalency would be if you were going to replace that, tear it down and build something else, that would be the equivalent unit your interpretation you could apply for. But I'm a little confused about why you have that for the equivalency for buildings that you're going to retain, then use that number in another column for an additional building you want to put in additional density. You understand what I'm saying? It seems like you're...
So my rationale, and I apologize if I didn't fully explain this and make it clear. So our case is we are taking existing structures and an existing use, and we are trying to enhance that, and we're coming in for a plan development. In most cases, most plan developments that I work on elsewhere in Southwest Florida, we start with brand new developments. Either if there's something on site, tear it down from scratch. In a scenario where you're tearing everything down, you still have to go back to the comp plan and say, what does the comp plan allow? The comp plan says that you look at what's on the ground today. We have 12 units on the ground today, which makes us eligible to the 10 dwelling units per acre. Okay? And then it talks about, you look at those existing units that are on the ground today, you apply the ratio, and you convert residential units into guest units. That's how we get it. The fact that we're bringing another building in is irrelevant, because as I mentioned, someone can come in and say, I want to buy this from the applicants. I want to buy your property. I want to build all brand-new units. I'm going to tear everything down. And what I would do as a planner, I would go back and say, okay, what do we have today on the ground? Apply that ratio. Here's what you're allowed to ask for. And that's what we would be coming in with.
Although you're not, you're asking for these numbers with the additional unit without tearing it down. Just the analogy that's coming to my mind is, I have a trade-in on a car. And they give me that trade-in, but then I want to get the trade-in money and keep the car. So it seems like calculation would really apply if you were going to tear down and rebuild this. I'm a little still fuzzy about how you're saying you're going to get benefit of this multiplier with units that you are going to retain.
I think what I really can't interpret what you're saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but where you might be getting hung up is the fact that we're bringing in an extra building that is in there today. Again, what you're asking for as a planned development versus density that is allowed by the comp plan are two different things. Density that we're allowed by the comp plan, we demonstrated how it's generated. Again, our contention is that you could tear everything down, put all brand new buildings, or you can bring in an extra building that you move to the site. Or if that doesn't work out, if they can't work out that agreement to bring a historic cottage to site, we're asking to build a new one. Developer that would come in here and want to start from scratch be allowed to do so. We wouldn't put restrictions as to, you have to keep these cottages there. We would simply say, okay, Mr. Developer, you want to start from scratch on this property, what does the comp plan allow?
Okay, any other questions for Patrick?
I have a couple of questions. Patrick, you've discussed, you've made a convincing case about the comp plan encourages the preservation of historic cottages, and I had the privilege of serving on the LP before serving on the council, and it seems to be a concern for both the LP and the council. You want to talk a little bit about how, you also discussed this, how this regulatory certainty of this particular project would help preserve the cottages. Talk a little bit about, you are Beverly, because you have a lot of history in these areas, how these cottages have a difficult time surviving due to market forces on their own without this sort of regulatory framework.
Things come to mind, and I'll let Beverly expand on that if she'd like, but we're talking about older buildings, and anybody that's owned a home knows that upkeep and older properties need a lot of work. Right now, we've got a scheme where part of the approvals are bed and breakfast, part of the approval is for short-term rental, and there's no unified certainty and regulatory certainty for the owners. If I was the owner, I certainly wouldn't want to go out and get a loan and dump in a bunch of money, and code enforcement might be at my doorstep the next day, and the ambiguity of my use and setbacks being conforming or non-conforming might be questioned. Again, I would want assurances that everybody agrees that I've got legal uses, legal structures. Now I can invest and enhance that property.
That being said, you guys are requesting this to be rezoned to commercial plan development. Does our prospective approval today prevent a future owner of this property from doing something different on this property? Are there any protections, I guess, for
As
the future?
long as that zoning is in place, yes, it's going to be limited to only what's allowed through this plan development. Is a property owner allowed to come back in request a rezone? Yes, and they would have to be compliant with the comp plan, and they would have to go through this extensive public hearing process to justify what they're requesting. But what you see on the master concept plan, and the limitations there apply and are the law until someone comes back in. That's different.
If the applicant was to get approval today and then sell the property, this new CPD designation, would that potentially mean the demise of all these cottages, or how would that be protected?
If someone bought the property, the current zoning and the current plan development would apply. They would have to abide by that zoning again, unless they came back and did something different.
Thank you.
Not today, Jim. Weeks from now, you know that.
Gotcha.
I have one kind of follow-up question on the historic preservation part of that. Have you talked to the fire department? My conversations with the fire department says a change of use triggers the requirement that the buildings are brought up to the current fire codes. That would include sprinkler systems, 1-hour fire doors, smoke-proof rooms, proper egresses, alarms attached to the fire department. Actually, and I honestly stopped writing down after all those things. One problem I have with the angle of historic preservation is, for a lot of these cottages, that expense could be problematic. That expense, not only would it make, maybe tip the scale towards not preserving these cottages, the other thing about it too is if the 50% rule for determining whether it's a minor or a major renovation is based on the value of the house, the structure itself, which are usually, these old structures are not valued pretty high. So having to conform with the fire department rules could lead you to have to raise the houses up to the flood line, which is considered a major renovation by the 50% rule. So it seems like change of use, figuring a fire department requirement to bring it up to modern building codes could force these historical structures to not be retained.
If I could respond to that, that's like a steps beyond the zoning level, adopting the master concept plan. And I guess if you, we are interested if you have meetings, is it meeting with the fire department, or they've sent you memos on this?
Like I just mentioned, I had a conversation on the phone with the fire department, with the PIO.
So Myerside has retained the services of Robert Stewart, who was a building official for Lee County for over 3 decades, as well as provided some services to the town of Fort Myers Beach. And that who has been working with Myerside LLC. And so they understand they have a very good handle on those future code requirements, what can or cannot be done. So we wouldn't agree with the blanket statement that by approving the CPD that would necessarily require elevation. So they have worked with a professional in the building code, fire code area, and we can provide more information at the next hearing in response if you would desire that. But they really have thought of that question and obtained the proper expert to advise them how to proceed forward.
And I understand that. My question is really from, I know that one of the public benefits that you're proposing numerous times is the preservation of these historic structures, which I think we all support. It's just a point that, making a change of use is not a trivial thing, and it does trigger other actions that could fly in the face of this intent.
Well, that's why they hired a building official who's very familiar with all the codes in Florida that would affect the implementation of this CPD.
I have a question for you, on council. Are Councilman Veach's inquiries of the fire department, are those considered ex parte communications for this case?
Technically, they would be ex parte communications, but the fact that he's disclosed them, and certainly Mr. Grady has
Without
engaged with him in a back and forth, any such ex parte communications, I don't believe prejudicial to the applicant.
Well, I'm just, my point is, and I'm not being critical, Bill, of you, but I just want all the members to know that if there are further ex parte communications, that they should be disclosed at the beginning.
If I may also, I wanted to add to the answer that was provided by the applicant to Councilmember Adderholt's questions for the benefit of the entire council, is that once you approve this, you know, you will have part of the CPD is a list of permitted uses. And once you put in hotel motel, which is the request that the applicant has asked for, subject to certainly as the applicant has indicated, potentially coming in and asking for the master development plan to be modified, that's always going to be there. So, you know, it is foreseeable that these cottages have life expectancy. And, you know, there's nothing in the code that would prohibit the current owners or the current applicant or some future owner or applicant to come in and ask for a modification to replace those and put in what I would otherwise call a hotel, and that's permitted and would be allowed.
And John, just to be clear, they would have to come back to the council, though, for that approval. Is that fair?
Correct, but the only modification would be to the site plan, because you've already approved the use. So, you know, to the applicant's suggestion that it would have to go through a detailed and extensive and go through the vetting that's currently taking place, not 100% accurate, because you have already approving the use.
Oh, it would be like Publix coming back for alcohol.
Right.
That's what it would be like.
If I could just add to that, the master concept plan is adopted as part of this ordinance. So what you're adopting in the end at April 5th is an actual ordinance. It's a law. It adopts the master concept plan, and it shows these small buildings as being, that's the only thing that can be placed on the property without a full-blown public hearing going back to the LPA and back to this council.
Question?
Well, I can tell you this piece of paper saved me about 20 minutes of questions, so I do have a few other questions. We know in the commercial plaza, the Mexican restaurant that's 250 plus or minus feet away from the school, when they received that ability to do that? Anyone?
I'm just going to say, I don't know that I'm not even aware that they serve beer and wine there.
They do.
No, we're not aware as to how they obtained
Or when, or
the history. You're just, I'm a resident.
What's your point?
just how far away is that building one from the school? We know that?
Plus or minus 350 feet from the
Oh, I
front,
didn't see that. Buried,
from
I'm
the
sorry.
front door to the property line.
And then there was,
I mean, whether they acquired it with full consideration of them following through all the proper steps, I mean, that's something that we could look into. That's the assumption, but that's not necessarily accurate.
I'm just curious if the school board opposed that as well, if it went through the same.
The answer is, we don't know at this point, but we could definitely look into that. Issue, I mean, I don't want to start checking code enforcement up and down the boulevard, but, we could look into that if you.
And then also you've added up there the tiki hut for receptions and special events only. Does that mean that you would be okay with putting that in as an exception?
We'd be
For
happy to
special
work with
events permit.
staff. If council has any recommendations to come back at the next hearing with more detail if needed. And we propose some conditions and work with staff.
And then earlier there was a question about if there was any intent of a building currently that you're thinking of putting there. But I would like to get an answer. Mayor, you had asked to wait until, if you had a building in mind that you were talking about moving into that location number 8.
Yes, they have been looking, and it would need to be a building that if it's in existence, would be that meets those cottage bungalow criteria, similar to the ones that are on the site. So they don't have, anything locked up, but they have been actively looking for buildings that meet that same traditional character that you find on what's left on Fort Myers Beach, and they are actively looking, but nothing that is locked up that we could say today. But whatever it is, it will need to meet those same designs criteria of a Fort Myers Beach cottage or bungalow.
So would they need to have a historic destination?
No, what had been talked about at the LPA was historical recognition, where you have the nameplate, but it's not the same as a full-blown designation, that you can't change anything without going through a full public hearing process. But they're looking for the application for the historical recognition, which is in your code.
Would it need to be then, if it was moved, would it need to be brought up to current codes, current standards?
So again, we would use our consultant, Robert Stewart, but I think what they've been looking at pretty much is still actively used, but it would have to meet it would have to meet the code, and they would have their consultant review it before they would be accepting. And as a business decision, you would look at what you're looking to move onto the property to make sure it fit in both into your business plan as well as architecturally.
And I'm just asking these questions just for public, because the public might want to know, or it'd be easier this way than explaining it 10 times. So if you didn't move anything to location number 8, and you decided to build something new, that would be built to current standards, flood regulations, all of that. Would obviously side setbacks, front setbacks, all that would have to be.
Would have to
adhered
meet code. If you build new, to get a building permit from the beach, it would have to meet the codes.
Wanted to make sure everybody heard that.
Let me clarify. So, as it stands, there is a deviation associated with building 8. And it is a reduced side setback. And that one does acknowledge that conditions are a little tight to fit that building in there. It clearly stated in the list of deviations that it would also apply to building number 8. Elsewhere, if you look at the list of deviations, and also if you look at the development standards, we have parentheses where we say applies to existing building, a new or relocated building. That's already in there. But building number 8 would have a deviation.
Any other questions?
I was the one who originally asked for a response to the school board letter, and I really didn't find this to be a response. The school board indicates a problem with amplified sound because they're in school until 2:15 in the afternoon, yet you come back with amplified noise still at 10 a.m. in the morning. I'm wondering if you're willing to modify that to, say, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, since the school is saying that that's a concern to them.
I think when it comes to amplified noise, it can vary significantly.
It's a yes or no question. Are you willing to consider modifying it to 3 p.m.?
I don't know if I have the authority to do that, but I think we would be happy to look at decibel levels and specify.
Decibel levels are a constant source of irritation on this island as to enforceability. So I wouldn't want to go down that road. I never go out and listen to amplified music before 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and I just can't see that there's a great demand between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. for amplified music. It doesn't seem like a hard question.
And the difference here is, if I can piggyback on that, is that this is a constant fight on the beach with bars and restaurants and everything else, and in commercial areas that may be affected by some residential area over here. These are our kids trying to learn across the street. So there's a big difference here in this kind of noise. So I really think the vice mayor is onto something here, and this should be addressed.
Yes.
Whether you go back and talk about it, whatever you want to do.
And there is time to actually, write things and find them. But yes, I will say for the record, we are acceptable with 3 p.m. as the beginning time. Amplified music. We recognize this is something that we still need to work on in between now and the adoption hearing.
Mr. Mayor, just, so you know, there is someone here from the school board, I believe, who will speak in public comment.
Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
No, that's for right now.
Good for you. Anybody else?
I just have one kind of clarification. The COP, if beer and wine are served at the restaurant or the tiki bar, is that now available to be consumed anywhere on the property, anywhere in the development, or is it just within like the restaurant or at the tiki hut?
This is for the resort serving and selling the alcohol, so that would be limited, and that's part of your liquor license. So it would be limited in the special event permit, and if there is a wedding, like they said, they've only had 2 for the last 2 years, but also the restaurant, it would be limited to the service area of the restaurant.
So someone, a guest of the resort, couldn't go and get a beer at the restaurant and take it to the.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to public comment now. Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
I have Cindy Lee. Board.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Leal Brizuela. I'm representing the Lee County School District.
Morning.
The District of Lee County is writing in opposition to the proposed rezoning case, DCI 2020-0009. The applicant of the subject rezoning is proposing consumption on premise and amplified music within 300 feet of Fort Myers Beach Elementary, as demonstrated in the attached. To Florida Statute 562.45A, consumption on premise is prohibited within 500 feet of a school. However, there is an exemption for restaurant uses. The applicant is proposing the restaurant use, which would allow them to serve alcohol in proximity to our elementary school. The District of Lee County finds that this is an unacceptable use in such close proximity to a school. Furthermore, the applicant has proposed amplified sound in proximity to Fort Myers Beach Elementary. We are also opposed to the conditions proposed by the applicant regarding this item, which would allow loud music to be played between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. Given that typical school hours are from 7:55 a.m. to 2 p.m., amplified music would not be appropriate at the proposed location. It is also important to point out that this is a residential area and not a tourist-oriented section of the town, a matter that is further enhanced by the number of civic uses in proximity to the subject property. The location of the Bay Oaks Recreation Center, the Bay Oaks Community Pool, the Fort Myers Beach Public Library, and of course, Fort Myers Beach Elementary School demonstrate that this area of Fort Myers Beach is institutional in nature, with public institutions established to serve the residents of the island. Given the lack of tourist destinations in proximity to School Street and the detrimental effects of approving this project near our school, we respectfully ask that you deny the applicant's request to rezone the property to a restaurant use with amplified music and COP.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there was a little confusion. Excuse me, are you from the school, are you an employee of the school district, or are you an elected member of the school board? There was
I'm the
two.
senior planner with the school district.
Thank you, okay.
Sorry.
Next.
Ellen Vaughn.
Morning. We've had extensive discussion this morning. Again, my name is Ellen Vaughn. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I live at 7500 Estero Boulevard, which I fondly call the suburbs of the island. We've heard extensively about this project, both from the town staff and then from the staff hired by Myerside. I've come here, and as my husband Pat has, in support of this project. As I said when I spoke to you during general public comments, that we really want to preserve the character of this island. When you have a couple that come here and buy property and seek to preserve the historic nature of these cottages, I commend us that we should endorse that and embrace that. If not for that, then we wind up with lot line houses, and that's our bad if we allow that to happen. So I encourage you to consider moving this concept. I found the staff's comments to be tied up in kind of small-minded legalese issues rather than the spirit of the idea of preserving this property. And I appreciate that they have come up with creative uses of trying to maintain the character of it, and I, again, encourage you to endorse it.
All I have.
That's it? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Charlie, you want to speak? Anyone else? I know you're surprised. I didn't see you behind that mask, you desperado, you.
Yeah. It's not for health reasons. I'm here to rob the place. My name is Charlie Whitehead, and I'll give you my disclaimer. I do not live in the town of Fort Myers Beach. I live on the other side of the bridge. Am I limited to 3 minutes here?
Move along, Charlie. We'll see what happens.
All right, well, I'm trying to figure out how fast I got to talk.
We know that's not going to work.
I don't live in town. I am a member of the Beach Little League Board of Directors, its past president and its umpire in charge. I attended, helped host, and wrote about the grand opening of Bay Oaks more than 30 years ago. My own 3 kids went to Beach Elementary. My wife served for years on the library board. My grandmother attended Beach Methodist Church. I guess I'm invested. I'm here to discuss the rezoning of Myerside. This is my first statement, solely because I didn't know about it till Saturday. I believe if the residents of Fort Myers Beach realized what was going on, we'd have a lot more of them here. We've listened to a long and involved presentation that completely missed the point. No one said it, so I will. What we're talking about is opening a bar, 2 bars really, if you count the tiki bar, a few feet from the Bay Oaks Rec Center and the Little League fields, the Beach Public Library, and as this nice lady reminded us, Beach Elementary School. I understand why they want to do this with a rezoning and not a comp plan amendment. It's way easier. I thank Jason Green for his accurate determination that this is inconsistent with the comp plan. Let's see, bear with me. I really believe that somehow the public should have been informed this was coming up. I'm not here to complain about the lack of beach newspapers. I do that enough in private. I will say all the justifications I've seen for the deviations or variances, whatever they are, is that these conditions are pre-existing. What we're being told is backing out into the roadway and into the Bay Oaks parking lot is okay now. What we do is we add more people and more cars, and then we throw booze into the mix, because we all know that makes people better drivers and more aware of their surroundings. The limits contemplated for the COP are not sufficient. I don't frankly believe that the COP will be limited to the Tiki Hut and the restaurant. My understanding is virtually every resort on this beach you can go in. If you're a resort guest, you can go in and buy yourself a drink and walk around in the resort. I think that's going to happen here. Limiting the hours of 10 to 10 or even 3 to 10 means that while Little League games are going on, we're going to have drinking and amplified music a few feet away. Also, if the 10 p.m. closing time is observed, there will be times that the drinkers are leaving the bar at the same time the kids are leaving the Little League games. I don't believe that Little League needs or wants bar music being played when games are underway. I can't tell you that for sure because the Beach Little League Board of Directors has not discussed this because we didn't know about it.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. This is the heart of our island. At least it is on the comp plan. This is a hotel and a bar just a few feet from where the families and the kids of this island spend most of their time. Frankly, it's a bad idea.
Thank you, sir. Tracy.
Tracy Gore, President, former mayor, former PTO president, former liaison to board cab in the town, former Fort Myers Beach Elementary School liaison to the town. I'd like to just start out real quick with in the comp plan of the housing element, we talk about School Street provides the primary entry the special place where the school, rec center, ball field, swimming pool, playground, nature preserve, historic cottage, and public library are centered. School Street has become a palm line showcase of restored and new cottages. Existing and new infill development on School Street is in the spirit and scale of the beach's classic cottages, which can be used as homes or live workspaces such as studios and galleries, or the small-scale retail uses consistent with the historic theme of the street. It is also under the proposed housing strategies for geographic area in the comp plan, which talks about promoting the revitalization of School Street as a walkable Palm Line Street, restored cottages for residential use, again, live workspace such as studios or galleries, and small-scale retail uses consistent with the historic theme, retail on the ground floor, residential on the above. It also goes on under public school element in the comprehensive plan, and I'm just going to pick a couple because I don't have enough time, but Objective 16A, intergovernmental coordination, maintain an interlocal agreement with the Lee County School District that coordinates the location of public schools to supporting infrastructure and other public facilities with this comp plan. Policy 16A2, the town and the school district shall jointly determine the need for and timing of site improvements necessary to ensure safe access to public schools that shall enter into an agreement with the school district identifying timing, location, etc. The school district is asking you to deny this request, and we're supposed to work jointly with them. We have one school resource officer at the Beach Elementary School, which the town has chosen not to help pay for. And so we're going to use that school resource officer to watch what's going on at this new site. There is going to be alcohol. Alcohol and children don't mix. Let me go back to the Land Development Code. This request as presented cannot be approved because the Land Development Code does not allow it. It says they want the retail small store and the restaurant as a subordinate use. You can't do that because the subordinate use is restricted. The subordinate use shall be totally within the building housing the principal use. Retail and restaurant are not within the building housing the principal use. Can't do it. Also, public access to the subordinate use shall not be evident from, evident from any abutting street. The master concept plan clearly shows the restaurant evident from Estero Boulevard and the retail evident from both School Street and Estero. Can't do it. The permitted uses are only allowed when all three requirements are met, and they are not met. It also goes on to talk about hotels and motels. If you want to use a restaurant with it, provided that the standards set forth in subsection B2B and B3 of this section are met. Prohibited locations, and they're not met because it says here that the hotel must contain at least 100 guest rooms under the same roof, and the bars and cocktail lounges are located within the hotel or motel under the same roof. None of that can happen. You are not just the comp plan, but our land development code restricts you guys from allowing this to happen. It can't happen the way. That's why Diamond Head can do it, Pink Shell can do it, Lanikai can do it, Wyndham can do it. Those are resorts. Those are big hotels. They've paid the money. They've done the due diligence. This is a residential area. They were gifted in 2016 a bed and breakfast. And it's still residential. And one of the big things that kills me is that nobody's talking about the children. Thank you, Charlie, for bringing it up. This is children. This is where our children go to play. It's the only place we have left. 2 years ago, do you guys remember when those 4 little girls got hit at the bus stop by a drunk driver on the sidewalk? We had to move the bus stop. We had to move bus stops several times on this island because of bars. And where this little bar outside seating would be sitting, this is where our children are walking down School Street, down Estero to go home, or go to and from home, to and from Little League, to and from Bay Oaks, to and from the pool, to and from Little League practice. They don't always have their parents with them. So to say that this is a low turnover is not true because on a daily basis it's packed. If you're there watching people drop off their kids, it's packed with children. So I understand the desire for what they want to do, but this is just not the place for it. This is our safe place for our children and our families. And I'm asking you to please don't disrupt that. We're lucky to get the bed and breakfast, and I think that they should be happy with the bed and breakfast. There's plenty of places on the island for sale if you want a motel.
Thank you, Tracy. Anyone else? Anyone else care to speak? Going once, going twice?
Mr. Mayor, if we could, this might be an appropriate time to hear from the chair of the LPA, if that's okay with you.
No, I don't, okay, come on up, Megan. I don't see the need, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Megan Howe for the record, Charity LPA, and I will just speak about our deliberations. We deliberated on this one. We had some of the same concerns about the alcohol consumption and also the noise, which we also put in that we wanted those conditioned out too as well, which sounds like you guys are working on as well. So we had the same exact concerns. I think the real turning point was Dan Hughes, and during our deliberations, talking about the intent of being one of our founding fathers, one of the intent of our comprehensive plan and how that has evolved, that this unequivocally met the conditions set by that too as well. That was pretty much the extent of our deliberations. We did have some more, minor, minute details that I think have been conditioned and talked about already here too. Do you have any questions of me?
Was there any discussion, I watched it, but just for public record, was there any discussion about the other place in the commercial plaza to the right there that already serves alcohol?
That was not brought up. And being a resident, I do go to that restaurant every now and then and totally forgot it was there. So yes, there is a restaurant right there in Sea Grape that does serve beer and wine as well.
Okay, Megan, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that synopsis. We'll bring it back to the council. I'll just make a couple of remarks here.
I think we've got another public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. Didn't see you. I'm sorry. Come on up.
My name is Marilyn Saludo, and I'm a Michigan resident, retired educator. Been coming to Myerside for the past 7 years. Prior to that, we would come down for a week, and I only wish that I would have bought some of the properties that looked like Tobacco Road in those days. I've come to Myerside because of the culture and the climate and the sense of community that particular resort area serves. I've seen charming homes. No, they weren't. I shouldn't say that. They were Tobacco Road along the waterfront, but they have become now McMansions. Myerside has intended to preserve the culture and the climate of a charming resort community, beachfront community that has been Fort Myers Beach all along. I recognize that there are concerns about the school, and interestingly, I happen to be friends with the former principal at Fort Myers Beach School. And while I recognize that there would be a concern of this restaurant serving alcohol, serving beer and wine, which we spoke earlier, you and I, about the distinction between that and liquor. While I recognize that, I've been hearing what sounds like this restaurant would be a bar that would promote craziness like what we see at the Tiki, at Leaky Tiki, at Lanikai. I suspect that it would be more family-oriented with a glass of wine or a glass of beer during dinner. I suspect that the people that Roland and Bev want to continue to promote the culture of those little cottages and how it would be have a drink before dinner or after dinner and watch the sunset, that sort of thing. I recognize, having been a building principal for 17 years and a teacher for 20 before that, I recognize the concern that we have for our children being in the neighborhood of drinkers, but it's not the Shamrock, it's not Leaky Tiki. It would be, I think, a quieter, more controlled environment, and I don't think we'd be opening the door and running down a slippery slope to approve something like this. I personally would really like to see a nice little restaurant, and of course, I would like to see Florida-made products in a store down at this part of the island. So, having said all of that, I would encourage you to look hard. I recognize that the 3 to 10 might be a more appropriate time. But again, we can talk about decibel noise, we can talk about the flexibility and the variability of all of that. But I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I promise, I'll be done. But I love Myerside, and I continue to come back to Myerside because of the culture that it offers to its guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No one else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. As I was saying, just a few comments from the chair here. This case is a perfect example. If you live long enough and stay engaged in the goings-on of the town here, that some cases come full circle. And here I am today. It's come full circle. I was there in 1996 when we discussed this case. And here we are again. You know, in 1994, 95, local company here, development company, Sunstream, started assembling properties down where Diamond Head sits today. And legally, we started assembling and getting proper setbacks and so forth. And we're going in for a development called Diamond Head. And they needed one last item that was the vacation of Virginia Avenue, which is across the street and which ran through their property out to the Gulf of Mexico. That was the final item that they required, and local townsfolk here, de facto rulers in those days were the Civic Association of Fort Myers Beach and also the Chamber of Commerce. And Civic Association, not wanting that sort of dense building, rallied its troops together and had shirts made and buses hired and so forth, and made their way downtown to the Lee County Commission chambers where the hearing was to be held. And the ruling that day did not go in their favor. The county commissioners voted to vacate that Virginia Avenue right away, and therefore giving Sunstream the go-ahead to build their building. That, as you can imagine, infuriated people of the Civic Association and a lot of other people on the island. And that is where the history of Fort Myers Beach began, at night. And afterwards, they started a drive to incorporate Estero Island. And it wasn't pretty. It was a campaign that lasted most of that year, and it pitted neighbor versus neighbor, family members versus family members, and everything else in between. It was not a fun time to be on Fort Myers Beach, believe me. But through their efforts and through the exclusion of San Carlos Island, the vote narrowly passed, and the town of Fort Myers Beach came into existence. Now, the next item was they had to staff the new council with council members, and hence became the fight started all over again. Bear with me, Vice Mayor. I'm getting there. But so there we were in this campaign for the council seats, which seemed like it went on forever, and it was very testy, very bombastic. Again, it prolonged the agony that was already going on here on the island. So. But eventually, the elections were held, runoffs were held, and the council was seated. I hope my good friend Sarah Sita is listening today, because she can attest to all these things that I'm going to tell you now. So, anyhow, we were seated, and eventually we were thrown out of all the churches, church halls, and so forth where we were meeting. Not literally, they were very gracious to us, but we ended up renting some space in this very building, the upstairs portion. of it. And in the back of the building, right about over there, was our little meeting area. And the first zoning case in the history of the town of Fort Myers Beach, which my members know now because they've read the minutes, was this very case. This one right here. And the mantra, the rally cry during the incorporation of Fort Myers Beach was one of the many, but the most prominent one was no more commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. That was the cry. I still have the scars on my back from that. But anyhow, that's where we were, and that's where it was reiterated in this very case. So we listened to the attorneys put on their presentations, and it was brought back to the council at the time, and a motion was made to deny the request, which was a very nice building, by the way. It was, Councilor Grady alluded to it earlier, a little parking out front, but it was a vast improvement as to what was there. These little cottages at the time were built the year I was born, 1957, 58, and they showed it, much worse than I show it. So it was not the nice little place that it is now. It was a terrible eyesore on Estero Boulevard, right where we needed a good-looking place. So anything at that time was going to be an improvement to me. But anyhow, the hearing was made, the vote came up, and the motion was to deny the request. All in favor say aye. Aye, 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 aye. Opposed? 1. Me was the only one opposed. So I looked around in somewhat of a shock and wondering why all these people weren't as smart as me. And went home that after the meeting, Mr. Nyman, Don Nyman from Cape Coral, who owned the property, came up to me and said, you know, Ray, thanks for your kind words regarding the project. I'm sorry it worked out the way it did. But, you know, in 5 years, the town will be coming to me to do something with this property. To me, Mr. Nyman. I said, well, Don, you know, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Well, that never happened. Never happened. Here we are, later, talking about the same thing all over again. Anyhow, at the time, they were in my shell-shock condition that afternoon. I polled some of the fellow members as to their objections to this that didn't come out during the hearing. And one of the council members said at the time that he was afraid that the school children would have to walk through this property to get out to Estero Boulevard. I said, oh, really? You're afraid that the school kids will have to walk underneath that elevated building to get out to the boulevard? Yes. I said, and they wouldn't dare going through that property right now in its present condition. No parent on this island would let their kids go through there. Oh, but anyhow, it was turned down, and again, it was the idea of the commercial intrusion into a residential neighborhood. And I, at that time, said that it is not an intrusion into a residential neighborhood, because at the time, it was already past that even then. It would be a real stretch at the time to call that a residential neighborhood. That was my objection. Yet, we were newly incorporated. Everyone was still feeling the effects of the incorporation. I think even my friend listening in today, even she would admit that maybe some of the members might have felt a little intimidated about improving properties. And of course, as was stated earlier, as a result of the even thinking about it, a moratorium was proposed on Fort Myers Beach. Right away, a building moratorium. Stop building on Fort Myers Beach. Stop building. Stop building. Fort Myers Beach at the time was falling apart. Building stock was still in the 1950s. I mean, if we had stopped at that time, God knows how far behind we'd be at this point, you know. Oh, anyhow, I just want to put a little historical perspective on this and I've said enough, but if for any reason I should vote against your project, it won't be for commercial intrusion into a residential neighborhood. I can guarantee you that. So those are my thoughts here. So who wants to start? Comments?
Yeah, I'll start, sure. First, I got a question for John. The claim that's brought up that this has to be a subordinate use to a hotel instead of, has to be in the same building, is that a valid claim?
Well,
Against
I'm not quite sure. I would defer to Mr. Green for the particular code section, but the purpose of developing a PD is that you do a site-specific rezoning. You know, so you would put within the CPD any criteria or any restrictions or any conditions that you believe are appropriate to mitigate the impacts of the project on the adjacent area. If that means placing a restriction that the consumption of alcohol only take place within the tiki hut or within the restaurant, you can do so. Without knowing the particular code section that Ms. Gore cited to with regard to the requirement that the restaurant use be within the actual structure. My understanding, and I'm just going off the top of my head, I will defer to Mr. Green, is that is in regard to a hotel use. Don't believe is what's before you.
Okay, so this is not being zoned as a hotel, this is, and what I understand what you're kind of saying is that with this CPD, you basically can, within the LDC is not insurmountable?
That would be a good way to characterize it. You can take any provisions of the LDC or particular sections and incorporate them as conditions if you so choose. But there's a specific set of criteria specifically designed to address CPDs. That's what's in the staff report.
Okay. Another question that comes up a lot is now with the boulevard category that there's a set limit of 70% non-residential. I've heard in the claims the institutional being both used as residential when it was compared to this limit of the amount of commercial land, also as commercial when it compares to the character of the neighborhood. Sometimes these two are contradictory, and it seems like it's being used in an opposite way in different arguments I've heard. So with the code, when it says to the boulevard, when it says 70%, Jason, you said non-residential.
Correct.
Right, 70% non-residential. Also, the tables that were had were from 1998.
Correct.
So, but where are we at now with the non-residential portion of the boulevard?
I think you hit the issue accurately, that it's in the comprehensive plan, it talks about those non-residential uses being calculated towards that 70%, very specifically. However, you're right in the nature and the character of it, you have to balance those and see, does a non-residential use, does expansion of a commercial use and match? And that's really what it's talking about in the comp plan, is the uses work together. And that, the character of more of a residential-like character, I think, is what you're getting on the one side. The other side is the 70%. It's actually went back through this last week. We've got to do a little bit more math to see where the original numbers come from. Obviously, mapping standards back then were a little bit different. I can't quite get to all the acreage that they have, but it's pretty close to 70%. So if this goes to a second hearing, we'll definitely look at that and review that before it gets to you, because that's a critical component too.
Right now, with the entire boulevard, on the zoning area, you're saying that we are already in the neighborhood of 70% non-residential capacity for that. Right. The other thing is calculations on density. And when I was listening to this presentation, again, I was getting hung up on the thing that they were using a number saying what the equivalent density would be if they were to rebuild
then taking those numbers and justifying them to put additional capacity without giving up the existing buildings. And those numbers are based on what was existing. Is that allowable? I mean, can you use those equivalency numbers without moving them, I mean, without, rebuilding them?
No, I mean, I think part of my presentation was addressing that issue. It's, the assertion that the platted overlay is used for new development, in my opinion, is incorrect. That's why in the policy, it specifically says to recognize the existing dwelling units that are there. There's an underlying category called Boulevard that has 6 dwelling units per acre assigned to it. I can imagine why we would have 2 categories if you're going to just go ahead and use the 10 per acre. So the platted overlay, again, was specifically in the policy, calls out to recognize existing dwelling units. If the site clean, you don't need the platted overlay any longer. Therefore, you have the underlying Boulevard category that you have to abide by. New development has to abide by the policies and comprehensive plans. I was asked before by somebody in the public, pre-disaster buildback. And again, that's a residential idea component. You could keep a higher density. You could keep units that are over the comp plan by doing that. That's a different RPD. That's a different process. But to say you could wipe the site clean and then use 10 dwelling units per acre because of the platted overlay, I think is inaccurate.
Right.
And the reason why I brought that up is partly because, yes, the math is important, but it also triggers other components that I mentioned in the land development code of anything over that 2 really is a higher bar for you to evaluate related. You can get there. You can still assign a higher than 2.0. The code allows that, but you have to meet certain criteria and, in your mind, make it a clear and above and beyond what the comp plan and land development code is for.
Okay. And I'd also kind of comment just a couple other things that really, Jason, is that I do appreciate what they've done with the property, because when I first moved here, it was pretty dicey back there. And when they acquired the land, they did incrementally fix up things. I was at the meeting when they came in and asked for the B&B. I do think this is a significant change of use of this property. I know other properties, and I don't necessarily appreciate the incremental approach, going from asking for a B&B and then 5 years later asking for something else. It seems like it's I don't know, it's a little indirect in getting to the point that they're trying to get to. I also know that with the Mango Street was a B&B, and I know some investors bought that property. And their financial calculation was they would make more money by operating it as a vacation rental and renting out the unit that the owner would have to live in, not serve breakfast. And I understand that a B&B is a lifestyle choice more than it is a business. And I also would, mention what I think that the mayor was saying about commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. I know when I was campaigning, most people were very fine with commercial development, but very protective of residential neighborhoods. And our residents here are getting a lot of pressure from a lot of sources, including people that are buying up houses to do vacation rentals. And I think this, to me, is the definition of a commercial intrusion into a residential neighborhood, because it's currently zoned residential. And that is the zoning that exists. So to me, and that kind of defines it. Residential neighborhood. I heard what Jan Plummer said. I don't think that the use of whether you're renting something as a vacation rental or someone's living there defines a residential neighborhood, because everybody in this island can rent their house out if they wanted to. Those are my comments.
I would just make a couple observations. Town currently allows a Mexican restaurant, a very nice Mexican restaurant, by the way, if you haven't been there. They currently allow a beer and wine and a liquor license at that location that's within 500 feet of the school. So that's curious to me. I did watch with great interest the LPA hearing. I thought Dan Hughes's comments about this proposal being consistent with the town's comp plan and LDC were compelling. I thought Forrest Kritzer's comments about what life was like before Myerside and what life was like afterwards in terms of being an improvement to that neighborhood were compelling. Over a year ago, I knocked on every door I could on this island as we were running for election, and I continue to get a sense that there is a desire on this island from the majority of folks who want to preserve these historic cottages. They want to preserve the eclectic nature of this island. The council just passed an ordinance the other day that gives incentives to architects and builders to stop building these box houses and do something more interesting. I think this regulatory paradigm before us today helps to preserve a significant number of cottages on the island, and I think it's worthy of our support.
Sir? Vice Mayor?
Well, I have to say that I'm very much in favor of trying to preserve cottages. I think using a CPD as a way to preserve cottages is one of the few ways that it's going to happen. There aren't very many places on the island that we're going to be able to preserve cottages. On the other hand, I have reservations because of the letter from the school district. I'm concerned about their concerns. I want to have a good relationship with the school district, and I think you guys do too. I have found that the owners of this property have tried to do that in the past, and I think that's what you want to do. I'm concerned with this resolution that was presented to us. I think this resolution, of all my time that I've spent on town council, has the most blanks on it of any resolution that I've seen. I found it really disappointing. There's a section for the town council to develop conditions with, really no suggestions. Town council to develop a schedule of allowable uses. My knowledge of uses is not sufficient for me to be developing a schedule of uses, and I think that's something that needs to be brought to us and explained. I understand that staff was against it, so therefore wasn't bringing stuff to us, but I think at this point, if we're continuing this for a second hearing, that's what they need to be doing. So that page, we've got two things that the staff didn't provide to us. Then on the next page, we've got two places where the applicant hadn't provided things to us. So I think this ordinance has a lot of work that needs to be accomplished before it comes back for a second hearing. I think we did crystallize today some of the concerns that we have, and maybe we can find ways to work with these things and still protect these cottages. I guess one thing that I would ask everybody to do is maybe go back to the very beginning and say, what is it that we're trying to accomplish here, and how can we best do it? Is this the best way to accomplish saving the cottages? I'm thinking a CPD may be the way that we can.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes?
If you don't change anything, you don't save the cottages. You could approve what they're requesting. Does it mean that if for some reason you were inclined not to approve it, cottages would necessarily go anywhere? It has a use as a bed and breakfast. That's the current use. If it was going to be developed into something other than that, it would have to come before you.
Well, what I've seen on this island, though, is that people come in, they buy something, they get frustrated, they sell it, and then it does get torn down. I have seen in my short time here the cottages evaporating so rapidly.
Right, but I just wanted to point out to you that that it has a use as a bed and breakfast now that you've granted. So, and really, the cottage dwelling is conducive to that. And if they wanted to change the zoning to something else in the future, of course, they could come before you to do that, and that might precipitate that exact concern you have. But for right now, I just want to be clear that there's nothing preventing the cottages from staying if they wanted to do that. Now, what they're saying is they want to use this process to basically, and I think what was alluded to was sort of get to a hotel without getting hotel zoning, small hotel zoning. And that's for you to consider today, if it's appropriate.
What I'm saying is if we grant them a CPD and it has cottages delineated on it, they're more locked in to be saved than they would be otherwise. that's what I'm seeing. Because if they wanted to tear them down and build a hotel, they'd have to come back and do a new CPD.
Or amend.
Right.
That's correct.
Which is a lengthy process. So this locks in the cottages being there more than anything else that I can think of.
And a
Which is-
condition can be that a replacement has to be of like kind. Doesn't have to be a historic cottage, it has to look like a historic cottage.
No one's bringing us plans that look like historic cottages except the one house that we had here earlier on the agenda today. It's the only one I've seen. I guess the other thing that I meant to mention and just came to mind, I don't want to be putting the kibosh on the retail, the bar, et cetera. However, I just want to put out there for everybody's consideration that I see a lot of empty retail already on this island. I see empty places for sale. The library in this neighborhood 3 times has tried to have food service and it's failed. There was a coffee shop next door in Seagrape Plaza which failed twice. Right in this neighborhood are those right off the top of my head. Going up and down the beach, I see lots of failed businesses that are closed up, and so I'm wondering, do we really need more retail when we've already got space on the island that has not been successful? Do we have as much retail as this island can support right now, I guess is a question I'd like everybody to think about. And that's not because I'm against your idea. I understand it's part of a plan to make everything work together, but it's just a question that occurs to me. Are we posing something that may be destined to fail because there's already as much retail as can be supported on the island right now? It's a concern that I have. I would like to see this come back with all of those blanks filled in with some suggestions to look at before I would feel comfortable moving forward with it. So those are my comments.
Very good. Councilman Ellis.
I won't rehash what my previous 3 counselors have already said. They pretty much covered a lot of what I was going to cover. There's something in here that I wanted to talk about, and if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. One of the things that the council has to look at to approve the plan development is the testimony of the public. What we did see here today is a combination of both people for it and against it, and both for good reasons. I'm glad that the talk of the Mexican restaurant that was within 250 feet came up today, because I really struggled with the safety of the kids in that area. I completely agree with everybody about what they've done with the property there. It's excellent compared to what it used to be. I'm hesitant to tell them that they can't do something that somebody else is already doing because of that reason. I also mirror your sentiments about keeping a good relationship with the school board. So I'm struggling with that. As far as the retail, whether we have enough or not, I don't think it's our job to sit up here and dictate someone's business plan on why things failed or not failed. I've seen several things on this island that have failed 2, 3, 4, 5 times, but are now succeeding. So I don't think it's my job to worry about their business plan. But I do have concern about, as Councilor Veach said, how you stepped up from where you were to where we are now. And I still haven't heard any assurances that it won't get torn down the minute this gets approved. I struggle with that. My hope is that if this does get approved and it moves forward, that the applicants will look and listen to some of the things the school board and other residents have brought up as far as the safety of the kids in that area. We fought for a long time. People long before me have fought for a long time for that school to stay there. I really hate to see something happen to it because we allow alcohol to be served closer than it is now, or within the same distance. Those are just my thoughts. Just wanted to put it out there, kind of where my thinking is and where my sentiments. That I really do like when people come out and they give their opinion because it does matter.
Thank you, sir. I'll just add a couple of quick comments. Having had my own daughter educated by those fine people at Lee County School District there at the elementary school, I have to say that In the wintertime, which is our tourist season, and the weather is nice, classrooms have their doors open. A lot of them have the windows open as well. So that is a factor to consider when we're talking about noise. I'm a very big proponent of education, and anything that we can do to thwart the ramifications of thwarting that education, we have to do. So and noise would certainly be one. Now, regarding the Vice Mayor's comment about businesses failing and everything, and also what Councilman Aller said, I agree with Councilman Aller. It's really not our job to come up with business plans for all these people and so forth, and what's going to succeed and what's not going to succeed. And I'm a proponent of the entrepreneurial spirit here in America, and not only there, but here on Fort Myers Beach. And if someone thinks they can make a go of it, God bless them, give it a shot. And so I wouldn't be discouraging it because of that, personally. So with that being said, I agree with the Vice Mayor that there are a lot of considerations for us that have been left unanswered here today prior to coming here. So what I see is we have three options. We can vote to approve to move this on to a final hearing on April 5th. We can vote to deny to move it on to a final hearing, or we can vote to continue this hearing till other conditions are brought back to the satisfaction of certain council members. So I am open to a motion.
Well, I'll jump in.
Okay.
I think that the work can be accomplished between now and the second hearing on April 5th, and I would move to set this for further hearing on April 5th, 2021, that being ordinance number 21-02.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just kind of curious, how much change would be allowed in this ordinance to where it would still be considered a second reading and not going back to a first?
Well, considering that all these things were blank,
There can be a lot of conditions.
they weren't filled in.
So then there would be significant changes. I'm just wondering, just a point of procedure. I mean, just.
It would be, Councilmember Beach, it would be permissible to bring back. The title of the ordinance is of sufficient broadness to put reasonable people on notice what the subject of the ordinance is. As to the issue of the blank spaces, brief comment. On several occasions, staff has put together resolutions or ordinances on matters of this nature, and I can distinctly remember on at least two occasions council members publicly stating, well, who put these in? But, you know, it looks like it's already done. Looks like this is already approved. And so, the staff, we are trying to make these documents neutral and get input from the council through this public hearing process to fill in some of the blanks. For example, we know that one condition that was discussed is the hours of music. That would be a condition we put in there. As far as the schedule of allowable uses, I didn't hear anything inconsistent from the council that was with what was asked by the applicant, so we will put those uses in. As far as the property development regulations, again, we would take those from the applicant and plug them in as indicated. And then last but not least, on Section 5, there was some discussion. It was somewhat glossed over by the applicant, from my perspective. Do you all agree with all their requested deviations? We will plug them in, and then you will have the document moving forward on the second reading to potentially modify as you want. But we didn't want to presuppose, particularly with the staff recommendation, that it didn't meet as a threshold matter the comprehensive plan, and therefore it would have been staff's position inappropriate to put in conditions or some of this meat on the bones without some council discussion first. And frankly, that's obviously what first reading of an ordinance is for. And we will work with the applicant to put that meat on the bones for second reading.
Good. Any further discussion to the motion? Any objection?
I'm going to object just because I really think this should be reworked a little bit. I understand this. I think everyone supports the preservation of these historic cottages. I'm not sure whether this moves that forward or actually works against it with some of the rules that have to be to bring these up to code. So for that reason, I'm going to vote. What I prefer to do is what the option what the mayor said was to have time to work out more of these details, fill in these blanks, and then do another. For that reason, I'm going to object.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Veach objecting.
Mr. Mayor,
And
it is an ordinance, so it requires a roll call vote.
Oh, roll call vote, okay. And let's try to get this done on the 5th of April. I don't want to be back here 25 years from now doing this again. Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Roxanne. Vice Mayor. Mayor Murphy, aye. Councilman Everholt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
Aye.
4-1 with Councilman Veach objecting. Dissenting. Okay. Next item is C, which is the first reading and public hearing ordinance 21-01, amending Chapter 6 of the Land Development Code. And does the staff want to go over this?
Title.
I'm sorry.
There.
You there? Okay, go ahead.
Ordinance number 2101, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 6, maintenance codes, building codes, and coastal regulations, land development code, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone here that's, wait till this, whether the room clears out a little bit here? There's hardly anybody left, but is there anybody here that wishes to speak to this matter from the public? Needs to be sworn in?
Legislative.
Oh, this is a legislative one. Okay, that's right. Okay.
Good afternoon, maybe? Almost. Good afternoon, Jason Green, Community Development. These are changes to the Land Development Code, Chapter 6 primarily, dealing with a couple different issues. One is there's a new Florida Building Code, and it changes some references to those documents. Also makes a couple, or the additions, I should say. Also, it clears up some licensing requirements. Our code has recognized licensing that was done through Lee County, and the practice and the licenses that we were recognizing was inconsistent with what was in the code. It was a long time ago and it was outdated, so we updated those. And then another couple items that were modified are related to garages. There's been a provision that's been discussed about going back to probably my first day on the island about a limitation in here that limits it to a 2-car garage door. Over the years, staff has also interpreted that to be 2 single-car garage doors, which you see very often on the island, 1 garage door on each side of the building below. There has been really no find any reasons what the reason for that limitation is. It doesn't provide any additional protections. I've heard conversations about flood protection. I think it's actually less likely to convert space below a building that's got garage doors, frankly, than if it's other enclosed space. So that provision has been long hated, I guess, from the development community, and so that's one of the things that is proposed to be removed. If it's an aesthetic or a development standard type thing, that is something that we can address more appropriately in the land development codes as things get rewritten. I've worked in many communities where they do side-loading garages, or you can't have a percentage of the street frontage can only be, a maximum percentage can be garage. There's other ways to deal with that issue, and it's in the wrong place to be dealing with. That's why it's proposed to be removed. That's kind of the nuts and bolts of what's in there. Some cleanup to move forward and be consistent with building code information also. I'm sorry, in the LPA recommended approval, I believe it was 7-0.
Any
And
questions?
provide, the edits you have in here included some of the minor updates that the LPA provided.
Questions for Mr. Green?
I have a question. The way I read this, if you leave this out, they're going to be able to do 4-car garages, 5-car garages?
Currently, yes, there is no other aesthetic or development standard for limitation on doors. And there is some, I mean, people have brought to me examples where Lee County approved 3-car garages. I don't know if it was because they didn't know that it was a provision was in there or what have you, but it's been a point of conflict standards.
What you're saying to me is that if we take this out, people will be able to build a house and put 4 stalls under the house for garages?
Correct. You can put more garage doors. The space under a house right now generally is parking, storage, and access. It's just the aesthetics of the door, essentially, the entry point to that. So, yes, in theory, they could put more than doors.
This bothers me. I don't know if I'm conveying that or not, but it just,
Well, clearly, we could be
it's going to look like
amended
apartment buildings out there.
to be limited, might have, Vice Mayor, if, you know, by a set number, if that's, and then beyond that, they would have to come in and request a variance.
I guess that's what I'm throwing out to my fellow council members. Does anybody else share my reservation that we need to do something about this, not just throw it out and...
The impression I got is that this, what Jason said, this really belongs in a different part of the code, right? Restrictions.
But if we're throwing it out, then we
I know,
need to
we've got a
bring in the
window,
fix at the same time.
The window of opportunity for people to go maybe and
Right.
fix something. So it's maybe more of a timing issue as opposed to, do we need to concurrently do the change in the code where it belongs?
Well, and we actually haven't had that conversation, right? The garage doors and the aesthetics of that haven't really been part of our conversation. So if that's something you're concerned about in the number, yeah, we should have that conversation.
But, yeah, I think if you want to put that limitation on, you should in your motion say, remove the section, however, insert in the appropriate place a section that limits it to X, and then we will do that.
Well, I guess I'd like to hear from my fellow councilors if they are of the same ilk that I am, that we need to do something about this.
Just curious as to how many places would fit into having like 4 or 6 garage doors side by side on the island. But do we have a lot of property that's available to be able to do that?
I see it out there when they're building these big houses. Right now, they're putting 1 garage door on each side, and then they're putting a huge staircase in the middle because they're limited to how much garage space they're allowed to have, garage doors. But they would be able to put a skinny staircase in these big houses and have just rows of garage doors going across the front.
Is there anything in our code to prevent stacking? They wanted to put a lift in there to pull a car in and lift it up and park another one under it?
Frankly, we were trying to figure out what the provision is and why it's in Chapter 6, because it's really related to building. A lot of Chapter 6 has to do with building code related items, property maintenance items, has to do with permit, licensing, things. There's some flood regulations in there, and it seemed like it was an attempt to minimize the number of points of entry to below, enclosures below, but it doesn't do, it more prevents the conversion than it allowed fewer of them, frankly. Couldn't quite figure out, and this goes back 3.5 years. I had conversations with staff then, and nobody knew why it was there, the limitation was intended for, other than maybe an aesthetics component.
And I'm looking at, that's, not that I don't agree or disagree with you, I'm looking at it as the aesthetic part of it. If you want to have 4 single garage doors or 2 double garage doors, that could go to what we've been trying to do as far as change some of the aesthetic looks of the front of these houses.
To me, 4 single garage doors looks like an apartment building. It doesn't add to the aesthetics.
It could, but it could also be a double on this side and a single on this side with a walk door. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you can do it, design-wise. If the end result is they can still fit 6 cars, I don't see that it's really a huge issue for me, whether they have 4 single garage doors or, I mean, I would think if someone's building a house like that has the ability to be able to span something like that, they're not going to want something ugly.
They certainly have been putting ugly things out there now.
Well, I mean, to me,
That's a subjective.
I guess it's in the eye of the beholder, but.
That's right. Okay,
I guess my concern is that we're going to throw it out, but not put anything in at the same time.
Yeah, I think one or two things. The throwing it out part, clearly we could wait till the next meeting and then we could bring you the amendment to put something in.
Okay?
Or you could just incorporate it into your motion today, however you're more comfortable. Clearly, at least based on my experience, what I've typically seen is sort of a toy garage and two-car garage, so you total of three. If you felt that that's appropriate number or not, that's up to you all.
Vice Mayor, if you incorporate that into your motion, I will support that.
I'm still trying, I'm just thinking. I'm listening and thinking. Abraham Lincoln once said, better to remain silent and be thought ignorant than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. So I don't have the answer to this. I'm listening and learning.
Okay, well, I guess what I'll do then is I'll try to make it general. I'll move to set this for a second hearing, March 16th, ordinance 21-01, with a request that staff bring us some suggestions for how to replace the garage door section with something appropriate. And I'll make it general like that?
Alternative.
Yes.
And with your permission, I assume that means we could add another section number to the title if we find the appropriate place.
Sure, whatever Mr. Herron says you got to do to make it.
Because the title is what gets advertised, that's why.
Yes.
Second the motion. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get down to the administrative agenda, and item A is Thiel lien reduction request, 464 Washington Court. Town Attorney, why don't you handle this one?
I believe Ms. Saunders is here to speak on behalf of staff, but Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is, in your code. It provides for that a property owner who's had a lien placed on their property may request a reduction in lien, and that approval of that is at the discretion of the council. The Thiels have submitted such a request. They've set forth the reasons why they are asking for their request. Significant portion of their argument relates to the impact of COVID-19 and travel restrictions on their ability to timely make the repairs in question. They certainly also state that the question the logic of the original hearing, but that really is not the issue before you. The issue is whether or not, given the circumstances, equity would dictate granting their request.
We're not going to relitigate the case today.
That's
All we're
correct.
going to do is talk about this fine.
Correct.
Okay, Daphne.
Counselors Daphne Bircher Saunders, Community Services Administrator. As noted in the blue sheet, this began as a complaint. The complaint was investigated and a violation was found to exist. On October 25th, 2019, a warning was issued that provided 60 days for compliance. The property owner did not bring the property into compliance within the 60 days allowed with the warning. Therefore, a notice of violation and a notice of hearing was issued on October 16th, 2019. Notice of violation provided an additional 30 days to bring the issue into compliance. This issue wasn't heard until March 4th, 2020, which provided almost 11 months for the property owner to obtain compliance before any issues regarding COVID began. Whether or not the violation solves the flooding on the street is not the issue. The special magistrate has heard evidence from both sides and ruled that a violation existed regarding illicit drainage. It was a violation of the town's code, as according to the special magistrate, regarding drainage caused by the underlayment that is pictured in your package. The current lien on the property began 60 days after the special magistrate's order on March 4th, 2020. The property did not come into compliance until October 31st, 2020, which is 119 days. Calculations for the lien is in your packet. 119 days at $250 per day is $29,750. $29,750 plus the $75 for the admin fee equals $29,825. Unfortunately, the town receives numerous neighbor versus neighbor complaints. The complaints are investigated. If a violation does not exist, the case is closed. If a violation is found, a warning or notice of violation is issued. In this case, a violation was found and processed through the special magistrate procedure. Lastly, the property owner requested a reduction of lien to the special magistrate, which was denied.
Okay, thank you.
A quick question for Daphne, if you don't mind. You mentioned on October 16th that there was a notice of a violation, and it was in an additional 30 days. On our blue
Yes.
sheet, it says 60 days.
It
Was it a total of 90 days? Or
It was a total of 90 days. The warning was issued, and which gave them, oh, right here. The warning gave them 60 days, and then the notice of violation gave them an additional 30 days. And then, let me say that prior to them coming to the original March hearing in 2020, that was even more time. So all time before by the time the original warning was issued until the notice of violation, which or the hearing, was almost 11 months. So they had 11 months almost to come into compliance prior to anything that was happening regarding COVID. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to be clear, so what I think Daphne was saying, which she didn't say it directly, is that had the property owner or the town walked into the day of the special magistrate hearing and said the violation had been corrected, the case would have been closed at that point in time. It's not just the fact that our warning expired, it's not just it's not only that our notice of violation time elapsed, but also at the time that where the hearing was being set up, had either party walked in that morning and said the violation had been corrected, the magistrate would have closed the case also. So that's why she's saying there was a significant amount of time for compliance, even perhaps before the advent of COVID.
Thank you.
I don't intend to relitigate this, but Daphne, help us better understand from your perspective what these folks were in violation of. What did they do or not do?
The problem was that there was like a tarp or a plastic that evidently the prior property owner had put down maybe to prevent weeds or something, but obviously that did not allow for rainwater or anything else to go into the ground. So, and unfortunately I wasn't here when the initial violation came down, so I can't tell you the specifics of the case. I can just tell you that the magistrate did listen to both sides, listen to what the town had to present as well as what Mr. Thiel had to present, and which was, you know, the proper evidence, and she ruled that a violation did exist at that time.
Violation was for the illicit drainage?
Yes. The way to cure that violation was simply to remove the underlayment that was there. That was all. You see the pictures in your packet.
The underlayment meaning the plastic that was
Yes.
underneath the rocks.
That's all that needed to happen.
Okay.
Wasn't there some, I thought there was some kind of pipe or something?
I think that initially, again, and even the code officer that initiated this, there may have been something to do with the soffits or something like that up there. I can't attest to that because I wasn't here at the time, and the originating code officer is no longer here as well. So I think that over time, what ultimately staff and you know, determined was that if you remove that plastic, then that would bring the property into compliance.
Okay. Thank you, Daphne. Mr. Town Manager, the 29,825, that's just the fines, or are the costs in that as well?
$75 of cost in that.
How much are the costs? Total? We'll just add 75 to this 29,825?
No, the 29,825 includes the $75. That is the total lien that is on the house at this time.
That's the total amount?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, my question to you, Mr. Town Manager, in cases like these, particularly where these fines add up, shall we say, and someone comes in for a little relief, what's the history of the town been as far as discounting these amounts to help lessen the burden?
What I've recommended to the town council is that if they feel that there was an error in the way that staff processed the case or other highly extenuating circumstances, that the council could, reduce the fine to whatever they deem appropriate. If they feel that the violation did occur and the person had a reasonable opportunity to correct it, and just that due to our fine structure, the amount of money is large, then we would recommend not to not reduce it to less than a third.
So that would be, round numbers, $10,000, which would bring it down to $20,000, the fine. Oh, this is all we're concerned about today, is this?
Sir, Sanders, reduce it by 2/3 to 1/3.
Oh, 2/3 to 1/3.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had it backwards. Sorry, Mr. Thiel. Okay, is there a motion as to how to handle this possible?
Before you do that, if you want to hear from the folks that are here.
Well, I mean, is that what we're doing here? We have,
Certainly, they have the right to, if they wish to.
come right up, sir. Come right up.
Tim Teal, 464 Washington Court. This is drainage implies that you did something to the drainage, make it illicit. And the area that we're talking about is literally not even 500 square feet in the front yard. And when I bought the property, redid the backyard and both side yards. So that was all in, and I brought the material into Mr. Benj. ASTM approved, and I'm a civil engineer surveyor. I did it properly. Now, the very small front area had some undamaged plastic on it, which was, like I said, less than 500 square feet. So nobody in the complaint submitted hydrology calculations or did a witness on the property during rainstorms. I took pictures of it recently, and the cul-de-sac floods. That flooding or ponding goes is between my property and the complaining neighbors to get to the bay. Whether or not that material is up or down, that still happens. Once it was replaced, it still ponds. It made no difference whatsoever. I'm asking that everything be dismissed and that I did everything you guys wanted me to at the end of the day, and I did test positive for COVID, and I was precluded from travel, and I was quarantined, as was my wife.
We weren't going to relitigate this, but chosen to open it up. So any questions for Mr. Thiel?
I have to, you didn't ask for a disclosure on this, but now that, the more I hear about this, did you call me a couple months ago? I think we discussed this on the phone. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I did have a conversation with the, I don't know, call him the applicant. He did discuss his challenges with COVID and his lack of ability to travel due to various, I think it was state law or in your home state.
Both Florida and New York, and then both.
He did call me, and we discussed it at length, and I think I talked to Mr. Heron about it. And I think we discussed the challenges involved. I don't know that we came to any resolution at that time, but I do remember extensive phone conversations with the Mr. Thiel on this issue, but there really wasn't a lot we could do because of the nature of the COVID dynamic at the time. Now, I would be interested in Mr. Thiel's comments on town's concerns that you had plenty of opportunity to address this before COVID hit. Do you want to just talk a little bit about that?
Well,
Is it
yes.
because you disputed it, or it was because you? Yeah.
Well, the theorized opportunity I had was the time frame that was allotted. And if you go through the numbers, the time was done 3 days after the deadline of the time allowed it. That's maximum. That was done by my landscape contractor came back from family in the north.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Thiel, just to help you along here, you actually remedied this plastic issue 3 days after the deadline. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
thought. Okay. So you remedied what the town asked you to do, but you did it, you were 3 days late on it. Is that fair?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
That's fair. At the end of the day, like I said, it's 500 square feet maximum, and it makes no difference. The problem is town-wide drainage, the cul-de-sac ponds, and it still does, and it bleeds over onto that common property line. That's the end of the day, it's hydrology 101, and Florida's flat. The cul-de-sacs that do not have a drop inlet or catch basin are going to pond up until it flows over land. That's what happens. It happens to this day after that weed barrier was replaced by acceptable material. I never complained about that because I call it wash and wear Florida. So it's like it happens all the time, all over the place. It even happens on your roadways. So it's like I said, I think it's no harm, no foul. And I did everything I could do. And it seems this started a long time ago. Mr. Benj, when he was around, offered me up the idea to drill holes in my downspout so it would help bleed off the intensity of the drainage. I did that. He came out and inspected it. It was good to go. It was a year and a half ago.
Benjamin from the town.
Earl Benj,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Mr. Thiel, since we are talking about such a small area, you said 500 square feet.
Maximum, yes.
When you got the notice of violation on April 25th, why didn't you take care of it then?
I plan on coming down. I was precluded by health and travel to do it myself because it's a small area.
In April of last year, or in April of 2019?
Oh, yeah, the complaint started a year and a half ago. So first it was the backyard. Then they complained again about the side yard. Those done. Then they complained again about the front yard.
They meaning, they meaning your neighbor.
Neighbor, yes.
This
is ongoing for over a year and a half, 2 years.
This one specific violation, the area that we're talking about is at 500 square feet, correct?
Yes.
Why wasn't this taken care of before the March 4th date with the magistrate?
Like I said, I planned on coming down, and by the time you get medically cleared to come down and do it yourself, because it's a small area, and I'm, aside from designer, I'm a contractor, I could do it myself and not pay as much money to have a subcontractor come in. And Ed Collins is the guy I use for landscaping, and he was with sick family in the north. So I didn't have other contacts. Could I have hired a general landscaper I never met? Possibly. It's such a small area, and nobody can prove from a hydrology standpoint that contributing area, from an engineering standpoint, has any impact on that situation in the cul-de-sac. I wanted to handle it myself. Honest.
I think that was a mistake. But, anyhow,
Down to the timeline, I'm still pretty confused how 3 days of waiting turned into a year.
After your deadline, like I had a certain amount of months to comply, months or whatever it was, the 3-day timeline by calendar is 3 days after that deadline was up.
Which of the deadlines, because there's several in this, from the April, there's an October, there's a March.
It changed a few times based on environmental and health conditions. So it did change, I believe, 3 times.
Deadline did, or the complaint?
Well, both. The complaint started a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in the backyard, then the side yard, and then the front yard. The code enforcement didn't find anything wrong with the front yard, which is where the downspout was, that Mr. Bench wanted me to drill holes in it. So all the visits that the town did out there, until my neighbor kept complaining, never existed. And I guess, just a side note, is it incumbent upon me to dig up the stone, the surfacing area, to see what's underneath it? The only way I found that was with the complaint, and then I had my landscaper dig it up and pull the plastic out, and put a different weed barrier down. I've asked that question before, never got an answer. Do people that buy a piece of property have to dig up their surfacing to see what's underneath it?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
sir.
they were handed out to you, but there's a warning. It was issued on April 19th, I'm sorry, 25th of April, 2019. Gave Mr. Thiel 60 days to come into compliance.
That warning was for what specifically?
For illicit discharge, what ultimately went before the magistrate for.
Did it talk about the back versus side versus front, or is it a
No,
creepy complaint, or?
No, it does not.
3 different complaints, if I
And
may.
on 10/17/2019, a notice of violation and notice of code enforcement hearing was provided to Mr. Thiel, and that gave him 30 days to come into compliance. Actually, technically, he had the special magistrate scheduled to hear the case on January 16th, 2020. So he had, if he had brought it into compliance on the date of the special magistrate hearing, based upon past experience, the special magistrate would probably have dismissed the case. So he had from 10/17/2019 till 1/16/2020. So
If I may comment?
he had from April 19th, 2019, I'm sorry, 25th of April 2019 to January 2020 to comply the violation.
I'm just trying to understand the kind of the timeline here and what happened, just in terms of this fine. So, the complaint was general, and then he tried A, and that didn't work, and he tried B, and that didn't work, and he tried C, and that finally worked. It's one thing making an effort and going through all this, but if the complaint was specific and he waited all this time through months and months and months, that's a different story.
The only person who I think that could answer that is either the code enforcement officer at the time, Mr. Benge.
I think the flow of water, we're seeing that violation. We're not necessarily diagnosing the exact cause of it, because we don't know that prior owner necessarily used a landscaper who put down a non-permeable sheet of plastic there. We don't know. We just know that we can see the obvious problem. And we go to the property owner to correct that problem. And yeah, we may say, well, we think it's X, and we try that and it doesn't work. We think it's B, doesn't work. That's why I said to the mayor, his questions, if you feel that for extenuating circumstances, there's an opportunity for you to adjust the fine appropriately.
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce this lien to $10,000.
Second? Second it for discussion. Discuss.
And the reason why I'm suggesting this is because, when you read it on paper, it isn't like you said, you have a derelict car in your driveway, and you know exactly what it is and exactly how to remedy it. Kind of like it was a little vague. I don't think, it does still, even being vague, it was an awful long timeline. I'm just thinking the vagueness of the solution warrants a reduction in the lien.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I disagree with Mr. Veach because this was heard, the facts of the case were heard by the magistrate. Magistrate found that there was still a violation, and even after that, he had time to fix it. It's not up to us to be looking at those facts, so I would be disinclined to grant any reduction.
Can I comment on that?
No, you
I
can't,
think
sir.
you've had your chance.
We're in the discussion on the motion here.
We can have a vote on the motion.
I'm waiting for any further comment.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the fact that, we were talking about a 500 square foot area, which tells me that it could be, it's one area. How much stuff is in this one area? Is it to the rock? Is it the underlayment? Is it the sand under it? If we don't know, how did we issue the fine? I guess is kind of where I'm trying to get to.
Well, again, we see the effect of the violation. So, as the property owner mentioned, he took other measures which may have reduced problem, and then the last step he took was removing the plastic, which was the perhaps the root cause. So it wasn't the other things weren't also contributing to the problem. They may have been, we don't know. But he took other measures trying to sort of diagnose and deal with the problem. And so to his credit, he did that. But at the end of the day, it did take him 11 months to figure it out and get it taken care of.
Councilmember Allers, the plastic sheeting underneath was the primary conversation and evidence that was presented to the special magistrate.
That was going to be my next.
And that and that was identified when these notices were sent out to being a cause of the problem, and photographs aren't here, unfortunately, but I distinctly recall providing to the special magistrate photographs were taken by staff. You could actually see the plastic was sticking up out from the driveway.
It's in there.
It's in there, yeah.
And that became the issue, and as Mr. Thiel himself indicated, at some point in time, it was even suggested that instead of potentially replacing the entirety of that plastic barrier, to basically perforate it extensively so it would percolate, as opposed to being an impermeable barrier, which is what the underlying violation was.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to reduce the amount of the fine down to $10,000. It was moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I would just say, having talked to Mr. Thiel, it must have been, I don't remember exactly, 3 or 4 months ago, he clearly was intent on trying to remedy this situation. He was clearly challenged by the COVID travel dynamics at the time. Could he have done it earlier? That's a fair question. But he was trying to remedy the situation. I don't blame staff for this. I'm not blaming the town, but I do believe there are extenuating circumstances. And I would support Councilor Veach's motion.
Okay. Any further? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-1 with Vice Mayor dissenting. Your fine has been reduced to $10,000, sir. Okay. Let's see here. Next item is vehicle replacement, Isuzu truck. This is to approve the trade-in and purchase of the replacement vehicle from Extran Isuzu Truck Center in Fort Myers in the amount of $33,331.64 after the trade-in credit, as budgeted in the fiscal year 21 budget. Piggybacking Florida Sheriff Association contract, SA 20-VEH 18.0, and authorizing trade-in of the Isuzu truck. Is there a motion to approve this purchase?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Any further discussion? The objection? Motion carries unanimously. Brings us to final public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak? Final public comment? Being none. Town manager's items?
I don't have anything for today, sir.
Nothing today. Very good. Next item is town attorney's items.
Just one item, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in response to comment that was made at the beginning of the meeting, general public and property owners present. Just to tell you that the matter that the property owner has asked you all to consider, certainly within your discretion, is also the subject of an ongoing code enforcement case, where the property owner has been found to be in violation, and the special magistrate actually continued the hearing where she's going to impose the lien of the fine that's accrued, and so I just caution that there is a disputed hearing that's taking place with regard to the matter that the property owner asked you to consider. Last but not least.
Excuse me, that's the cottages, you're talking about the cottages project?
No,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
last but not least, caution this council to be careful, because what the property owner is part of what the justification that he is asserting is that he has won a case where the court has given him the authority to do something. In that regard, he is absolutely correct. That is the sale of alcohol. It is not to be conflated and shouldn't be conflated with any other things, because that's all that was before the court on that particular issue. And by the way, we have already followed through as staff on that, as you all directed at the last meeting. So that issue is for all practical purposes. I'm here to answer any questions.
I just have a quick question, John, if I could. Could you just help us understand procedurally, is his application to rent these chairs currently before the town and being considered by the town?
The town, he has previously submitted such a request, and it's been rejected because it does not meet the requirements of the code.
Is there a request pending at this moment for
Not
consideration?
that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
What did the previous that had that right to do that there, how did they meet the code? What changed?
The town adopted regulations a number of years back where these types of uses could take place, and particularly as commercial enterprises. The town council at the time recognized existing holders, the actual holder of the license, as if you didn't meet the new requirements because you now say the property has to be X wide, the upland use has to meet certain criteria. If you are a holder of a prior license, then you have the right to continue as long as it's the business own, it's the holder of the license is there. My understanding, I don't know this for sure, but it's my understanding is that the holder of that license at that location was let go. He left. Business A that was there left. They were basically told, don't come back. Don't need your services any longer. The location no longer had a license. Property owner came in to apply for a license, and at that point in time, staff said to him, well, you had a license, what happened? Well, I let the business owner go. Well, you don't meet the criteria for a new one now. So it's not the action of the town that I'm aware of that has given rise to this issue.
If I may, I believe I was on council before when we went through this. We had a proliferation of people opening businesses, renting things on the beach, because basically our code said that it's considering rental houses be businesses that you could rent chairs out of. So people all up and down the beach were renting chairs, renting umbrellas, and we were getting lots of complaints from folks who were saying, and then they come out and tell us, folks who have walked from the beach access with our chair and placed our chair on the other side of the mean high tide line, they have told us that we're not allowed to have our own chairs here, that we have to rent from them. It really had turned into quite a turf war. And so we passed an ordinance trying to narrow the scope of who all could rent chairs, but being kind to the people that were already in business, we in essence grandfathered them. That's probably not the correct word, but gives you the idea of what we were trying to do. We didn't want to punish anyone that was already out there. In doing so, it was the person who was there did not lose their business. It didn't mean that somebody else could come along and then rent chairs out of the same property. They weren't losing anything. They hadn't been in that business before. So,
If I may, in other words, the license wasn't to the property, it was to the holder of the operator of the business, of the chair rental business. So if I had chair rental license A behind, anywhere, then, and as long as it was me, I could continue to do there. But if I retired, or the business owner said, "Hey, get off my property," that license went with me, didn't stay with the property, because of the concern that the vice mayor had mentioned, the desire to stop the proliferation and actually reduce the number of locations where this business was taking place.
Okay. Anything else, Town Attorney?
Nothing.
Council members' items and reports. Councilman Allers.
Nothing this week there.
Vice Mayor?
This really isn't in a way germane to the town of Fort Myers Beach, but in another way it is. I have to say on behalf of the citizens of this town that I would like to express their frustration with the vaccine program. And I'm not criticizing our Lee County commissioners because I believe this is coming from the state. We were told that the vaccines would be available at a particular location. Then they were going to be available at Publix. Then we were told there was a state sign-up system. I personally went and signed up. I'm eligible. I signed up for that system. Yet, despite the fact that I'm supposedly on this list with the state continues to send vaccines to Publix and other locations without contacting those of us who already signed up with the state system. So there's a great deal of frustration, not just with me, but many people on this island, and I guess I'd just like to express it to, in case my fellow councilors are unaware of it, that nothing's been brought to this island. Nothing, I know the mayor has tried to do that. Nothing's been brought to this island. I am talking to people. My neighbor, who is in her 70s, took her 90-some-year-old mother to Broward County in order to get a vaccine. It's just insane. So I'm saying this publicly as a public official. The tempers of folks are rising. If we and other council members and other commissioners can please send some of this upward to the state, that what you're doing isn't working. It's very inequitable. It's in fact getting to be dangerous, that we've got people of great age and handicap traveling hours and hours in order to try and get a vaccine. So I'm venting my frustration with that system. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just go in order here. I share your frustrations, of course, approached by lots of people on the island over the months, wondering why we can't get a location down here. As the vice mayor alluded to, I have had discussions with the county commission chairman, who heads up the county effort, and was told that he'd do everything in his power to that happen. I mean, that's not in his power. But, I don't hold that against Kevin. It's a tough time. It's a tough time, and it's all about the supply, getting the supply down. I think better days are ahead with with J&J approving their new drug, and there's also as Treka or whatever it's called, they're also on the verge of coming out with one as well. So I think once the market gets flooded with these vaccines, then we'll have a better chance at this. And I'm in the next category coming down, and I've always had April and May in mind for my shot. So I'm hoping that's still the case. So anyhow, I will take that J&J shot. Be happy to have it. Councilman Adler.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Veach.
I have something that came up that I could use some guidance on. This is a photo of the new Kiwanis bench backs we've been putting up. And an issue came up because they're working down the beach, and the Kiwanis don't have necessarily some kind of GIS database saying where all their benches were. They had to go and find them. As they're working along their benches, one of the benches, the one on Aberdeen Street, had a different back on it. That some time ago, about 8 years ago, the family of Harry Gottlieb, am I pronouncing that right?
Gottlieb, correct?
They put their own back on the bench, on one of the Kiwanis benches. Now, I understand Harry is a very, very respected guy. I didn't know him. I've heard nothing but positive things about him. But there was a lot of vocal objection to us putting this over the decal that they put on. When we first started this program, the one they had 8 years ago was pretty faded. Now they replaced it in the intervening time, even though the bench itself needs quite a bit of work. So this is a bit of a dilemma, and the Kiwanis Club is basically waiting to get direction from us specifically. On one hand, I appreciate the memorial. I know he's very well thought of, and some people seem to like it. But the other hand, they commandeered a bench that wasn't theirs on land they didn't own, and put up a memorial when there's already a memorial bench program on the island. And allowing them to continue it, I think, raises the legal issue about whether we can favor one private entity taking town asset of the land and not others. Now, I scratched my head, and the one solution I came up with was that in the area here, underneath the turtle section, there's an area roughly 12 inches wide by 6 inches high that they can make a decal that would match, that would go over that would have any message that we wanted, including in memory of anybody, any text they wanted. My solution was to put this back on the bench and then allow them to come up with a memorial. We'd also allow with all the other benches, with an additional memorial bench program. They objected to that. They want to keep the bench that they want to keep the back that they put on the Kiwanis bench. So now my preference is to, like I said, put this professionally designed bench back on the beach and allow people to have memorials erected by the Kiwanis Club as a way to help offset their cost to put these bench backs up. But the daughter of Harry Guthrie really wants their bench back on it. So I'm looking for some direction.
We own the property that the bench is on. Town does. That's how
Kiwanis
we're
property.
involved.
Yes.
The Kiwanis owns the bench itself.
And the Kiwanis benches predate the town, I think.
So if we own the property, why don't we just work with the Gottliebs to put up a memorial bench, a second bench at the beach access?
So you mean just continue what's there now?
Well, Kiwanis owns the bench that they want to put this on.
Oh, put up a
Let
second-
them put this on. Put a second bench right next to it. It's a memorial bench.
It's like there's a couple of problems with that. One is, I think putting more benches on the sand is something we just don't do very much because it does have environmental concerns.
I get that. I'm looking for a compromise here.
And I understand.
One thing we say about our beach is we're a little funky. And so if we've got something that's a long-standing historical memorial, I've sat on that bench, I've seen the bench. I thought it was so great when I sat on it. Oh, look at this, isn't this wonderful? This is historic. Somebody sat here, they loved these sunsets. It made the moment more special for me that I sat on that bench. So
Going along with the vice mayor's spirit of compromise, I wonder, in this unique instance, my understanding is the supporters of this bench are willing to invest in having it updated and repainted. I love what you've done, Councilor Veach, with your campaign. I think it's excellent. I wonder if there's a possibility, this is an eclectic island. We've got unique, quirky things that go on. This is kind of a neat story for this particular gentleman's memorial. I wonder if we could grandfather that, and as long as the supporters of that bench are willing to maintain it, have it freshly painted, and have it look aesthetically nice, if we could make an exception and then grandfather that one and allow the other ones to continue to proliferate in the nice way in which you've set forth this new policy.
Guess I didn't suggest that, Jim, because we don't own the bench, Kiwanis does.
I think Kiwanis is willing to work with us on this.
Okay, my understanding is Kiwanis didn't want it.
Well, no, they're looking for direction from us.
I think they're open to it.
They want to get in the middle of.
I think, just to be clear, Kiwanis is happy leaving it the way it is. Kiwanis is happy if the council provides to switch to the new back that Councilman Veach will do today. They're fine either way. They're just looking for you guys to tell them what your preference is.
There's other thing too, because this bench does need more work. I mean, it's been kind of kludged a bit. I mean, they had like wooden seat planks and they put some, some one-bys on top of it, and it's plywood back instead of a composite back, so it definitely needs to be brought up. Now, my understanding is if we want to do something, if the town does want to, not really grandfather, but we still will want to improve this, I think there's money out there to pay to have this bench built in a form. I don't, Harry's got enough fans where I don't think the finance of that is, it's really just setting the precedence. The thing that's kind of suggested to me is if we do something that at least we maintain some of the new decal, that, let the Kiwanis Club actually do the work, because they know what they're doing. They've been putting these benches up for years, and a lot of the details are pretty important. But maybe keep this Kiwanis thing on the side and see if they'd be satisfied with that. That's something I can offer too. And they, this is whatever graphics they want. I'm a little hesitant to set a precedent though, because there's a lot of great people here on the island who probably deserve this kind of memorial, and we already have a memorial bench program. I got a message saying to the Kiwanis voted unanimously to allow the Gottlieb bench to stay.
They had some board meetings, but the last time I talked to them, they were waiting to hear what we were going to say.
Well,
I got a similar text as well that the Kiwanis is, and again, I think you're absolutely correct in wanting to have a policy on this Council of Each, but I wonder, again, if we could, as long as there's support from the community to maintain it and have it well maintained, maybe we could grandfather that particular bench, again, as the other ones evolve. Once that support wanes or diminishes, then it would, just like we talked about earlier, but would lose its grandfather status. As long as there's support to maintain it nicely and appropriately, I'm comfortable with it. I appreciate everything you're trying to do here and trying to get some uniformity and having them done tastefully. But again, this is kind of a quirky island. There's a lot of history on this island. And if we can kind of respect that and honor it at the same time doing some of the good things we're doing going forward, it seems like a good compromise. But you're doing all the work on it. I don't want to step on your toes.
Well, I'm bringing it here just to get, and this is exactly the kind of discussion I would like, and I understand I'm concerned about the legal aspects. I'm not really concerned about uniformity. It's not really what I want. The reason why we're doing this in every bench is because it costs so much money to do the design, and so doing a different design for every bench just gets expensive.
On having heard all this, do you have any concerns?
No, I think that you all have covered it from a legal perspective. You all say, we're going to leave this particular one the way it is, subject to being repaired, because of its historic significance of the individual, within your discretion to that direction to staff and to Councilman Veach and to Kiwanis to say we're going to leave Mr. Gottlieb's bench in its current location. I can work with people.
And suggest that the family make a nice donation to the Kiwanis Club.
Just to be clear, let's say that, as long as the family maintains it with or without the cooperation of the Kiwanis, that they could stay. If it gets to a state where it gets in disrepair, we'll do something. As long as they get on top of it and keep it repaired, is that what I'm hearing?
I think it needs to be, I don't know if you've been out to look at it.
Well, that's the thing. So if that's my point I'm trying to make, Counselor, and that is that if they want it to stay, they need to go out and look at it. They need to address the issues that it needs so it's in good repair as part of their desire to keep his name on that bench.
What I would do is, what I would recommend is I will just reach out to the family and to the Kiwanis Club and said, you guys get together, do the bench up to the standards of the other benches you're doing with whatever graphics you agree on.
I'm saying the same thing, just a little differently.
That's fine. Everybody okay with that? Good.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
This
Go right
is
ahead.
a quick one too, and this came.
What do you mean two?
I got a
I got an email from somebody, and we were talking about the streetlights, just a usual email that we get a lot of. And in the back and forth, I asked this person, maybe they should email the county commissioners about, this is a county road, a lot of these are county visitors or people who pay tax money towards the county. And I thought of Councilman Adderholt's Covert Army, if it's something we can figure out a way to mobilize town residents, county residents, and visitors to reach out to the county commissioners. I said they help follow traffic, streetlights on Estero Boulevard. I don't think it has to be a formal thing like you did, but I think maybe when you're talking to someone, make sure that you get them to reach out to the county commissioners. That's it.
Okay. I think we've heard from everybody. Last chance. Anything good for the order here? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded. Any objection? We're adjourned at 1:20 PM.